At my 1 mil party, I took my shoes off and really badly stepped in some glass. And you know what's funny is I was so obsessed with this guy that came and we were hanging out like all night that I didn't even care. The glass stayed in my foot till the next day and I had to like soak my foot in hot water to get the glass out.
No matter what online platform you're on, chances are you've heard of Tara Yummy and her despicable clique of friends, whether you're a fan or not. She's always had some kind of drama behind her, from the whole pick-me-girl thing, unusual breakup, dating some seriously funny dudes, to a very questionable past. But somehow, through all the trolling, Sarah kept pushing forward. Lately, things have only gotten worse, like to the point where she had to step away from a podcast she loved being on. And that's just one piece of the whole drama. There's way more going on behind the scenes. So we'll look into who she is, how she started her journey, and all the dramas and controversies surrounding her. This is your one-stop video to get the full gist. But yeah, we need to start somewhere. So, exactly who is Tara Yummy? Tara Yummy is a full-blown social media star with a massive following. She's currently 24 years old, and her YouTube channel, where she posts vlogs and storytime videos about her life, has over 2.1 million subscribers. People love tuning in to hear her talk about everything from embarrassing moments to big life changes. And on Instagram, she's even bigger, with more than 3 million followers keeping up with her posts. Her real name isn't known because she knows people will have a hard time pronouncing it. She's Persian, and the language of her country of origin is Farsi. So how did the name Tara Yummy come about? Before all the fame, Tara started like a lot of people, posting her first photo on Instagram back in July 2017. Her first video on her YouTube page was a Q&A session with her fans.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for my close-up. Hey guys, it's me, Tara, and today I will be answering your guys' questions. So I put a Instagram sticker question thing on my story, and I'm gonna answer some of my favorite questions. One of my most frequently asked questions is, how tall are you? I'm 4'11". I haven't grown since the 8th grade. I've been this height literally since I was 13. I'm 18 now. That's also a frequently asked question is, how old are you? I'm 18. I turned 19 in July.
Over the years, she shared a bunch of fun moments, like the time she made a whole video about her 21st birthday party.
If you're not drunk, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to get drunk up. Let's do it. LMFAO, you know it. Let's go. Yeah. All of the alcoholics, where you at? Let's go. Hey.
She even launched her merch line through Fanju, using the tagline, Hot Girl at Work. And if you remember that video where she and Vinnie Hacker got stuck in a car together, that one blew up with almost 4 million views, and even landed on YouTube's trending list.
Hey guys, it's me, Tara, and I'm here with Mr. Vinnie Hacker!
Yes, it's me.
Vinnie was supposed to be on my channel 3 months ago, and then he wasn't.
We're not, well, that wasn't my fault.
That's okay. He said, yes, I'm so down, and then it just went crickets.
Behind the scenes, Tara has always been open about her life. She grew up as an only child, and in a 2023 video with fellow YouTuber Verena Saeed, she talked about her experience growing up in a strict household as a first-generation Iranian kid. That mix of culture, rules, and expectations shaped a lot of who she is and how she sees the world.
What was the most trouble you've ever gotten in?
I was telling Verena this in the car, or you assumed and you were correct. I was the worst teenager.
Yeah.
I wasn't the average Middle Eastern getting in trouble. I was bad.
I could see it.
I was, I think, like,
but I also feel like you were the
rebellious to
type
the
of
max.
bad where your parents like didn't know what to do with you anymore.
They did. That's exactly what it was. They just didn't know what to do. At some point, they just gave up.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is for me.
That's how it was for me. I think the most trouble I've gotten in was when I got under my tongue pierced.
How did they react?
Oh, they took me to the ER.
She has always been trouble, even for her parents to deal with. These are her own words, not anyone else's. She was a little chaotic, as we'll see in the next few sections of this video. So it's no surprise that she was able to channel this mindset and behavior into her online platform to build the presence she has today.
I can't even count on my hands the amount of times I've gotten in trouble because I was so bad.
Yeah, like the one I just told you was like one of the first ones.
My Ring camera was only on the front door, and I still to this day have a sliding door in my room, a sliding back door. If my parents see this, I'm lying.
I'm so sorry, Mom.
I'm
sorry.
Snuck in people over 100 times.
No way.
And I have snuck out over 200 times.
Never got caught.
I got caught once sneaking out, and that's because my grandma told on me because it was really I was 14. I was like driving with like older kids, but it was like crazy. It was like on weeknights and like straight up, like I would like sneak people in, and the next day I'd walk past them in school like nothing ever happened. It was very weird, and I can't even believe I'm saying this on the internet because I know they're gonna see this one day.
Basically, growing up, Tara was a stubborn, chaotic, and very sneaky little girl whom her parents must have found very hard to discipline because of her attitude. Tara was also in a long-term relationship with fellow YouTuber Jake Weber, which lasted from 2019 to 2023. Their relationship played out pretty publicly, with fans following along through ups, downs, and everything in between. Their relationship led to a lot of issues and controversies in her life. We'll be discussing this in detail later in the video. And let's not forget Sugar, the adorable dog she introduced in May 2020.
As most of you guys probably already know, I got a puppy this week. His name is Sugar. Sugar is the sweetest thing ever. Literally, his name is Sugar. I drove to San Diego to pick him up. Here's a little clip of that. I'm definitely driving, and I'm going right now to pick up a puppy. I've been really lonely during this quarantine, and I've always wanted one, like my whole life. I'm going all the way to San Diego, which is 2 hours from LA.
Her dog Sugar has been a regular presence in her life and on her feed ever since. This is something we've noticed with many online celebrities today. They tend to quickly get a pet, usually a dog, to boost their visibility and attract animal lovers to their growing follower base. And Sugar went on to become one of the biggest parts of her brand online. Tara has also, on some occasions, claimed that she grew up in a poor home, as her parents are of Persian origin.
Like, she's so spoiled. I saw one thing where she's like, she's so spoiled rotten. And I'm like, I grew up so poor.
I didn't know that either. But now your family does. They have like a nice house place. Yeah, okay, yeah.
But like, growing up, I did not have money. And like, this was not.
At first, everything seemed fine. Like, why would she lie about something like that? If Tara said she came from a poor background, most people would probably just take her word for it. But for some reason, a lot of viewers didn't believe her. They saw her as someone who grew up unstable and spoiled. Even if her parents weren't super rich, people believed they were definitely doing all right. Maybe not millionaires, but comfortable. One of the biggest reasons people question her story is that she grew up in California. It's true, California isn't exactly known for being cheap. So the argument is, if her family was able to live there, especially in certain areas, they had to be doing pretty well. That might sound fair, but at the same time, not every part of California is packed with rich people. There are neighborhoods where poor or working-class families live too. Just because someone's from California doesn't automatically mean they're loaded. Another argument given is based on the fact that her dad is a CEO and owns a business.
My dad works all day, and it's just me and my mom and my dog. So
what does he do?
My dad owns
owns what? Over to you.
He owns a company that works on like commercial buildings. So like kind of like
nice.
You know.
I've seen commercials.
No, commercial buildings are like not houses. So like malls or like bigger complexes.
One of the main things people bring up when they doubt Tara's poor background story is her dad's job. He owns a commercial construction business, helping companies, startups, and other businesses with their building projects. That doesn't exactly scream struggling financially. Owning a construction company that works with businesses in California isn't the kind of job you usually connect with being poor. But to be fair, there's also another side to this. Tara never really said when her dad started that business. She didn't give details like when he first became a contractor, how long it took to build up the company, or when things started going well for the family. So it's possible that when Tara was younger, things were still rough financially. That said, it's still hard for some people to believe that someone could go from being truly poor, like barely making ends meet poor, to suddenly becoming the CEO of a successful construction company, especially as an immigrant. It's not impossible, but it's not easy either. So Tara might be rich today due to her social media success, but it's a journey that started years ago. Even though her current YouTube channel was created in 2019, she had an account before then that she used while she was in high school. She later abandoned it and deleted all videos on the channel. It was when she met Jake Weber, her then boyfriend, that he encouraged her to start doing what she loved. And that was the beginning of the Tara we know today. So they made their relationship official on a video on Jake's channel.
This is my girlfriend, Tara. We've been dating for like
2 days.
2 days, guys. Wow, things have really escalated since then. Let's just answer all the questions everyone's been wondering. So yes,
we're dating.
We're dating. That's pretty much the only question, guys.
That's the only question I ever get.
I know.
Jake has been around the YouTube world for a long time. He's not new to any of this. His first video dropped almost 10 years ago. So when he and Tara started dating, it was kind of the perfect match in that way. He already knew how the platform worked, what kind of content hits, how to grow an audience, all of it. And naturally, with their relationship growing, he passed that knowledge on to Tara. Jake showed her the ropes, from how to edit, what to post, how to handle the pressure that comes with putting your life online. He helped guide her through the early days of her YouTube career. And it's safe to say his influence played a part in her fast rise. Jake has always been open about his struggles and challenges.
I've been diagnosed with ADHD growing up, but like no one with ADHD felt like, I felt like no one with ADHD seemed the same as like how I feel. And it was just like something that I just like knew there was something going on, and I never knew what it was. And sometimes I could just feel like mad at the world, mad at myself.
Getting diagnosed with autism changes what in how you live?
I'm just comfortable with myself. When I go out or I do anything, like I know I am the way that I am. And
despite all the challenges he faced, Jake stayed focused on what mattered to him, and it paid off. He ended up making it big in the online world. But what a lot of people don't know is that his journey into social media wasn't only about wanting to be famous or chasing clout. Growing up, Jake struggled with autism. And one of the hardest parts of that was the lack of human connection. Social situations didn't always come easily to him. So instead of trying to force himself into spaces where he didn't feel understood, he turned to the internet. Social media became his outlet. It gave him a way to express himself, share his thoughts, and connect with people, but on his own terms. In all this, Jake met someone who would have a great influence on both his life and his girlfriend Tara's. Johnny Gilbert, a streamer on Twitch, had always been following Jake's Twitch live streams. Jake later reached out to him and asked for a collaboration, which led to them making a song together. They went on to make a lot of content together over the years. In one of those videos, Johnny was invited to collaborate with Tara. The whole point of the video was to turn Johnny into a lady.
And now I'm gonna turn Johnny into me.
Woohoo! That's scary.
It's not even that bad. You're saying traumatic as
No, I mean, it's awesome. I'm excited. It's gonna be great, for sure.
I'm gonna do my favorite lip combo on Johnny. First, lip liner. Gotta overline those lips a little bit. Gotta make them look nice and juicy.
I'm gonna look like a Kardashian.
Oh my god, is that you saying I look like a Kardashian?
Yeah.
Thanks, Johnny.
My freaking burns.
You gotta embrace the burn. Beauty is pain, Johnny.
Ah!
This is burning a lot, isn't it?
Wait, what is that supposed to mean?
I'm so proud of my creation.
Why does this look like me?
The video itself was super fun and racked up millions of views. Fans were hyping Johnny up in the comments, calling it one of his best videos yet. He brought the energy and people were loving it. But of course, the internet always has something to say. While a lot of people were just there for the laughs, some viewers started raising eyebrows about the fact that Johnny was wearing makeup. Some people couldn't understand why he was so comfortable with it, while others went even further, questioning his just because of that. And then the whole thing got tied back to his long-standing tension with Jake. That drama between them has been hanging in the background for a while now, and this new video only made things worse. Here is Jake's reaction to how Johnny looked.
I'm not gonna f***ing lie, dude. Johnny, that photo of Johnny, he looks hot as
Johnny's response video only made things worse. Trolls didn't stay quiet. They started asking questions, digging through old content, and before long, videos of Jake and Johnny acting kind of unusual started making the rounds online. The one that shocked everyone was a clip where Jake and Johnny kissed. Some thought it was a joke, others weren't so sure. But whatever the reason behind it, that moment set the internet on fire.
Damn, Jake! We're bad boys. You're a bad boy.
Mom, kiss me, baby. Kiss me, baby.
We smell like shit. Sorry.
Hey, Chad, this is my cousin right here.
Oh, cousin. Nice to meet you, brother. Nice to meet you. Y'all look just alike. Y'all look alike.
Hey, you want to see something gay? What? You want to see something gay?
Yes.
Damn, Johnny.
Yo, Mondo's here. What the fuck? How are you? Good. We love it. We love it. We love it.
He said it himself. He looked at the cameraman and asked, "Want to see something gay?" That wasn't a slip-up or taken out of context. He meant to say it. So was it just another moment of trolling for content? Or is there something more going on behind the scenes? Because this wasn't the only time Jake and Johnny have done or said something suspicious.
I've said it before, but I kind of just want to get married to Johnny. If there was a man that I would marry, it would be Johnny.
How do you feel about that, Johnny?
It's not helping with the rumors.
I think the kiss you guys shared on my birthday isn't helping with the rumors.
Yeah, I just hate that he didn't give me enough tongue.
But I'm confused. Do you like kiss all the time?
No. Only twice. Probably gonna be a third time someday, though.
Yeah, it just like...
It was a New Year's kiss as well.
If Jake and Johnny weren't straight, if they came out and said they were gay or bisexual, no one would judge them for it. In fact, most people would support them. This isn't the kind of world anymore where you'd get hate just for being honest about who you are. What does get people talking is when you come on the internet, say stuff like that, and then tease your audience with things like, "There's gonna be a third kiss." What are they supposed to think?
Tweeting about, oh, we kissed on New Year's. Someone asked me to kiss you on New Year's, so.
Was it this New Year's?
I got a kiss, but
He got a kiss, but he really wanted to kiss me that day.
I must say, that kiss was a lot better. I must say, his lips were very soft.
You asked to kiss me and you said my lips were really soft.
They were.
That's crazy. That's honestly the best compliment I've ever got.
We have kissed.
Actually, in fact, we kissed once.
Yeah, and we've kissed a couple of times.
Actually, he kissed me.
He's like, we just kiss for fun. We don't film it. I was like, I love that.
That was him.
Whose idea was it to kiss?
Oh, that was Jake's.
It's always mine. Okay, I guess it's just always me. I can't help that his lips are plump.
We should make out right now.
That's just a lot for me to take in. What do you think? Is there more to all this? Or are they just good actors?
Okay, you're...
Okay, but dude, why are you trying to mouth fuck me?
This is Maybe this is why we're gonna die alone. Well, no, we'll die together. No, we should do that together. What the f is wrong with you?
What? Were you a couple? You're thinking it like that because you have a fucking crush on me or something.
Wow, now this looks like a date.
Johnny doesn't let me wear heels when we go out to dinner.
Do you make your heart say J?
Yeah.
Well, I have a name with a J. You made it for me.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Then who the f is it for?
What?
Who's cuter?
Johnny. Eat those Cheez-Its, baby. You do you. Seat's occupied, sweetie.
I agree with my husband.
I agree with my husband.
I think I'm kind of serving though.
You
How does it feel being my replacement, Johnny?
At least I got the front side for once. Alright, everybody.
Alright. Like my head is a dick and it's getting stroked.
Oh, sorry about that. I was stroking your dick.
Is it possible they're doing it for the views, for the hype, for the clicks? But still, maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of truth hiding in all the act. Because how many straight guys would be cool with doing all these things with a dude on camera? Not once, but multiple times. And then joke about doing it. Jake and Tara kept their relationship going strong while also building their online presence together. They shared tons of fun moments, posted content that fans loved, and honestly, they just seemed like the perfect pair. Their chemistry on camera felt real, and viewers couldn't get enough of their magic. But then in August of 2023, things changed. The two of them came online and dropped the news that they were breaking up. Just like that. No big drama, no major buildup, just an announcement that they were going their separate ways. And while they tried to keep things calm and respectful, a lot of fans weren't buying the reasons they gave.
Because this Jake and Tara is... Jake and Tara have broken up. Any word from Tara?
I guess I won't yell at you in this one.
Yeah. To be fair, we usually only yelled at each other on camera. It was a way for us to roast each other. We usually actually don't argue that much.
No.
Yeah.
There's something off about the whole thing. If you really watch their breakup video, the body language says a lot. It didn't feel emotional or raw like most real breakups do. If you ask me, it seemed like there was no real relationship to begin with. Either that or maybe there was something there in the beginning, but they quietly broke up way before 2023 and just kept up the act for the internet. Think about it, they started dating back in 2020. That's a long time to keep things going. But what if somewhere along the way, they split and just didn't say anything? Maybe they stayed together online because it brought in views, followers, and engagement. People loved seeing them as a couple, so keeping that image alive would have helped both of their careers. They admitted in the video that most of their fights and banter were just for content. They said they rarely ever fought in real life. Now, that sounds cute at first, but if you've ever been in a real relationship, you know that's kind of suspicious. No arguments. That's either super rare or just not real. People who live, work, and create together are bound to have occasional fights and disagreements.
Breaking up is sad, but we had to do it. It was what was best for the both of us, and we thought, what's a better way to break up than eat pizza? So we got a lot of pizza here.
It sure didn't feel like the typical breakup. They later shared their reasons for why they thought it would be best to go their separate ways.
Let's start from why we aren't dating anymore. I know everyone's wondering that right now. Basically, from the beginning, me and Tara always told each other, we're not Jake and Tara. We're Jake, Tara, and Jake and Tara. We're always gonna be individuals. Because I think that's important, you know. I feel like a lot of people really just live their life as a couple, but it's special to be your own person as well.
There's a lot to unpack from what Jake said. He commented that he and Tara were a couple, but at the same time, they weren't a couple. They were just individuals. Like, what does that even mean? It might sound mature, but when you think about it, it just leaves you confused. Being in a relationship doesn't mean you stop being your own person. People in healthy relationships still have their own identities, their own space, and their own opinions. So Jake pointing that out felt a little off. It makes you wonder if he was trying to say something else without directly saying it. Could he have been hinting that they were in some kind of open relationship? Or maybe, just maybe, he was low-key admitting that their whole relationship was more for the camera than real life. Like they filmed content together, played the couple role online, but off camera, they were just living separate lives and doing their own thing.
Now, me and Tara first started dating when she was 18 and I was 20. We're both pretty young and we really haven't experienced our adult lives. And now I'm 25, she's 23. We're together, we're not getting married, we're not having a baby.
Now they're saying another reason for the breakup is that they've just been together since they were young. Like that's supposed to explain everything, but most people would love to have something like that. Being with someone for years, growing up together, seeing each other through different stages of life, that usually makes a relationship stronger, not weaker. That kind of bond isn't easy to find. You'd think it would mean they really know each other, understand each other, and have built something solid over time. So using that as a reason to break up just doesn't really sit right with a lot of people. Because if the relationship was real and the feelings were genuine, you don't just throw away years of time, love, and sacrifice for something like, we've been together too long, or we're not married or having a baby yet. Those things can be worked out if both people actually want to. They also claimed that nothing would change between them, as their breakup wasn't chaotic, and they would continue making videos and content together.
I promise, moving forward, me and Tara are still gonna give y'all the content that you want with both of us, because we love making it. I feel like we're so opposite, but the same, and that's just like such funny chemistry online, and I genuinely have fun filming with you.
This has to be one of the weirdest breakups out there, even if it was a real breakup to begin with. The whole thing feels more like a soft rebranding than an actual end to a relationship. And honestly, there's a good chance that one of them was finally ready to go public with someone new. But that wouldn't be possible if they kept pretending to be in a relationship for views. They already got what they needed out of the couple brands. Their channels blew up. They built massive fan bases, and their names became part of every couple goals conversation online. But once the audience was secured and their followings were in the millions, there wasn't much of a reason left to keep the act going. At that point, it probably felt safe to finally say, okay, we're done. After the breakup, they both continued making videos together occasionally, even creating wild content that drew suspicious reactions because they seemed too close for exes. There was a lot of touching and hugging, and many people wondered how they were able to maintain the whole friendship thing. The whole pick-me controversy around Tara probably started with someone picking up on a pattern, how she acted around male versus female podcast hosts. It didn't take long for people to start calling her out. They accused her of being rude, annoying, and sometimes disrespectful when she was on podcasts hosted by women. But when she was with male hosts, totally different vibe.
Do you think people sometimes leave you hate comments because you're pretty?
You think I'm pretty?
That's what the internet told me.
Me trying to go on a date with Dan.
I would love that.
Tara came off more chill, more friendly, and just nicer overall. That kind of behavior didn't sit right with a lot of viewers. It gave off the pick-me energy, like she was trying to impress the guys by being the cool girl who doesn't get along with other girls. Whether it was intentional or not, it left a bad taste for some people.
I mean, I've never dated her like a rock star type, but I always loved like Pamela Anderson and stuff. I was like, oh,
Me too.
I loved the show, The Pam and Tom. I know they hated it and like, they went out there, but I kind of lived it for it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, to be a rock star wife. They used to have that on like VH1. There was like Rock Star Wives or something like that.
I need to watch that.
It was like the lead singer from like Jane's Addiction. His wife was on there.
Yeah.
And
I've seen clips of it on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, I know that you like know all these old shows.
Of course. Yeah.
That's so,
which is funny because I'm 23.
Right. So you're just like, you just are at home just like watching all these old shows.
I'm just so interested in like old MTV, like Y2K, like everything.
Wow.
Everything.
But you were born
2000.
So
literally
okay,
2000.
Wow, that's crazy. So you're into all of it.
What people started to notice in these interviews with female hosts is that Tara just seemed off. She came across as less cheerful, more impatient, and constantly interrupting the host, as if she didn't want to let them speak. The whole vibe felt weird. It wasn't fun or engaging like you'd expect from a podcast. It felt more like a stiff interview, where the only one person was trying to entertain and the other wasn't really into it. So yeah, it's easy to see why people were frustrated with Tara's behavior. Some might say, well, maybe that's just how she is. But then others push back and ask, okay, but why does she act different when she's with male hosts? With guys, it seems more relaxed, playful, and she even goes out of her way to vibe with them. And honestly, it's not only in podcasts. You can see the same pattern in her content. It's super rare to see Tara hanging out with other girls on her page. You rarely hear her talk about any close female friends, and most of the people she brings into her videos or stories are guys. Maybe she just feels more comfortable around guys, and that's fine. But when it starts to look like she's putting other women down or acting dismissive toward them, people are going to notice, and they voiced out in the comments section. This commenter felt Tara was out of place throughout the interview, and Trisha tried to match the doll vibe Tara gave off while answering questions. Another comment from Brenda showed how disappointed she was with how the interview went, especially since she had been anticipating their collaboration and didn't expect it to turn out this way. At least Tara was a little honest about her behavior, and she's hoping to get better. On this podcast, she expressed her frustration about why people reacted so negatively and talked about her bad behaviors and manners, instead of focusing on the good aspects of her personality.
I like girls better than I like guys. That's gonna get clipped. I wish people didn't think that about me, because that's really untrue. That doesn't bother me as much because I know it's untrue.
Tara saying she likes women more than men isn't going to make the whole controversy go away. She might mean it, and maybe in her head that's the truth. But at the end of the day, people are going to judge based on what they see, not what they're told. And what they've been seeing is a pattern. Her being more respectful, fun, and easygoing with male hosts, while acting a little colder and more dismissive with female ones. Tara probably is just more comfortable around guys, and that's okay. Some people naturally vibe better with certain personalities. But when you keep saying you support women and love being around them, yet your actions say otherwise, people are going to call it out. Just look at the way she behaved in this interview.
Friend doesn't let me outside.
I don't even have to read that to know to tell him to kick rock.
The lady sitting next to Tara was just giving the host a side eye and then looking back at Tara, trying to stay calm about the whole thing. She must have been frustrated, but it seems like it's a bad habit that Tara is now looking to work on.
That doesn't bother me as much because I know it's untrue. When someone says something a little true about me, it hurts. They're like, oh, she's annoying. I'm like, I can be annoying. She interrupts people. I do that. And it's rude. But not everyone's perfect, like I said. So, it just, people love to emulate the bad parts of you on the internet, especially if you're like an internet personality. It's just the reality.
Since Tara at least managed to understand and admit that she was at fault, there's hope that she might work on it and grow from the experience. Owning up to something is the first step, and not everyone has the self-awareness to even do that. So credit where it's due. But for now, the whole pick-me label isn't going anywhere. That nickname has stuck, and it's going to take more than just a quick character change to shake it off. People have already formed opinions based on what they've seen, and once something like that goes viral, it lives in the back of everyone's mind for a while. This Tara behavior is also noticeable on a podcast that Tara frequently appears on, the Dropout Podcast. The podcast is mainly owned by Zach, who is known for his unfunny humor and cringy comments. After being a fan favorite on the podcast, Tara was made a co-host, and she began appearing in almost every episode of the show.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good does Zach taste?
Zach, read the actual thing. Don't wink at me.
Well, then what am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Smile graciously.
Zach has a weird way of treating women, often saying a lot of unnecessary and stupid things.
Here, share this with me.
This is so wrong. This is a hashtag.
I'm not going to sleep with her. Sorry that men and women can be friends. You've never seen that before, Jared.
Yeah, but the way you're
Goodness, I'm wrecked.
She's a Seventh-day Adventist.
Okay. Have you started? Talk directly.
No, I haven't started yet.
Your breast is resting on mine.
That's Alyssa, by the way. She's one of the co-hosts on Zach's podcast, and usually helps out with interviews whenever they have guests on. So in this setup, Zach is her boss. And the way he acted? Yeah, that's what I'd call workplace misconduct. He started by trying to pull her closer to him and made an inappropriate comment like, "I'm erect," which seriously not okay. At first you could tell Alyssa laughed it off, probably thinking it was just another dumb joke. But it got uncomfortable, especially when Zach tried to push her toward his chest. You could see it in her face. She wasn't feeling it anymore. Zach's jokes were also seen as extreme.
Jared, I could do anything to you in your sleep.
Oh, yeah.
And have.
Dude.
Do you want to talk about what was in the box or no? You good?
Let's stop talking about my titties.
Just because we can paint your chest and play a pretty level game of chess on it does not mean that I hate your titties.
Those are the kinds of wild, out-of-pocket comments Zach makes on his podcast, especially when it comes to women. One of the worst things he said was about doing something to someone while they're asleep. Like, what? That straight up sounds like intimacy without consent. And I honestly don't understand how he thought that was okay to say out loud, let alone on a public platform. It's not funny. It's just stupid. Saying stuff like that, even as a joke, can easily land someone in serious trouble. There's even more of this type of video of him online.
You probably don't do that.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, you've definitely touched and tasted, but...
Eat me.
40 guys in LA would say differently. She's consumed some meat, guys.
Hey, chat, if you think she's lying, put a fish emoji.
What's with you? I smell amazing. I want you to know I take care of my feminine parts.
No, it smells fresh.
Why a fish emoji, bro?
He's referencing my lady parts.
No, you know they call her choo-choo in the streets? Like, they'll see in the streets and they go, choo-choo, just because of how many times she's being ran through like a train.
One thing I don't get is why Tara feels so comfortable being around someone like Zach. The things he says about her and women in general are disrespectful. If he's saying that kind of stuff on camera, in front of the whole world, just imagine what he's like off camera. And no, we can't just brush it off as doing it for engagement. Zach already has a big platform. He's established. He doesn't need to say stuff like that to pull in views. So the only explanation that really makes sense is that this is just who he is. This is his personality. And apparently, this is the kind of person Tara chooses to be around and even co-host a podcast with. Zach always finds any and every opportunity to disrespect Tara in his own way, and it's usually brushed off as a joke.
When I hit 1 million on YouTube, I plan on throwing a really big
I
party.
thought you were talking about how many guys have been in you. I was like, wow. Figured you would pass that a long time ago, but it's a YouTube thing.
Zach knows there's no way Tara could have had 1 million men run through her by the age of maybe 23 at the time. That's just ridiculous. It's almost impossible for any average woman in her lifetime, let alone someone her age. So for him to say something like that with a straight face shows exactly how little respect he has for Tara. That kind of comment isn't a joke. It's degrading. And he even said it like it was just another regular part of the conversation. And what does Tara even get in return for all of this? Maybe a little more exposure for her YouTube channel. Maybe some payment for her time on the podcast. But is that really worth it? If you ask me, absolutely not. She could have easily told him to stop making those kinds of jokes the very first time she appeared on his channel. But instead, it seems like she's okay with it. Or at least she's willing to let it slide. And that's what's disappointing.
How'd you think of it?
It just came to me.
Yeah, usually it's on you. Okay, listen. Last night I did stand-up comedy.
To be honest with you, I don't really think she takes offense to the way he addressed her. And that's just sad. As if having a foul mouth and inappropriate behavior toward women wasn't enough, Zach added racism to his collection of online misconduct.
Does he only date white girls?
Yeah. No, but tell him one time I saw a black girl out and I was like, maybe, remember?
Oh,
but
right.
if I would have maybe held her hand. Yeah, so pretty sick, huh?
I hate this.
Some people might try to defend Zach's comment by saying it's just about personal preference, that maybe he's simply not into dark-skinned women. And sure, having a preference is fine. No one's saying you have to be into everyone. But the way he said it, that's what made it sound racist. It wasn't a casual opinion, it was the way he worded it, the tone he used, and the example he gave. You could see it on her face. She didn't feel okay in that moment. And honestly, it's like Zach's brain doesn't have a filter. It's as if he doesn't stop to think, wait, should I be saying this out loud? Because how on earth does a comment like that seem acceptable to him? What makes it even weirder is that the topic they were discussing didn't even involve him personally. But somehow he managed to twist the conversation so he could insert his own opinion and throw out that inappropriate comment. With all the issues and problems Zach consistently has with women on his podcast, there were even rumors of some kind of relationship developing between him and Tara, although there's no actual evidence to support that. Let's rewind a bit to understand why Zach is often seen as a terrible human being. Back in the early days of his podcast in 2020, he had a 17-year-old young lady named Indiana as his co-host, along with 22-year-old Jared. Together they created some great content. But that wasn't where the problem started. Given that Zach and Indiana have known each other since she was underage, it's a bit unsettling considering the revelation she once made on his podcast.
You FaceTimed me every single morning and night and throughout the day being like, when are you coming?
This shows just how obsessed Zach was with a very young, underage girl. And funnily enough, she seems to be rubbing it in his face now. But did you know that Zach and Indiana's story actually goes way back, long before the Dropout podcast ever started? From what I've gathered, they had already lived together years earlier. It turns out that Indiana wanted to be a YouTuber when she was younger, and like any supportive parent, her mom wanted to help make that dream come true. So what did she do? She found Zach, who was an editor at the time, and brought him in to help Indiana with her content creation journey. In exchange for his help, Zach was allowed to live with them. That setup started when Indiana was just 14 years old. So yeah, their relationship goes way back. And it's definitely not something that just popped up recently. And during this time, Zach was no different from how he is now, constantly spewing inappropriate statements around girls.
Great. We're moot banging.
We're gonna bang that moot today.
We're gonna bang that
ready?
hard and deep.
Should we try, guys, really quick?
I won't include that part.
At the time, Indiana was around 15. And she was with friends who were also in that same age range.
We had a slight falling out.
A huge falling out. It was awful. It ended in us having a screaming match and me slamming the door and almost breaking the hinges off of it.
And then I think you screamed and said, I never want to see his face again.
Felt like a kid with two
divorced parents.
Divorced parents are going through like
we started
a
acting that
massive
way
divorce.
after it, didn't we?
Yeah. And I wasn't sick of you. I definitely
Yeah,
wanted
I know.
definitely wanted to hang out that day. Wait, look me in the eyes. Tell me you care about me.
I do care about you.
See, I didn't think she'd say it. I care about you too.
both of you.
Thanks. Appreciate it, dude.
See, then she ruined.
The only saving grace for Zach at this point is that she had just turned 18. So even though their behavior seems questionable, putting it all online doesn't technically break any laws because legally she's considered an adult and can make her own choices. But just because something is legal doesn't mean it's okay. At first glance, you might think that nothing is going on between them. Maybe they're just podcast buddies or whatever. But then Zach starts showing how jealous he gets when he sees the kind of guys she's dating or spending time with, and that's when things start to feel off. But even before all this, while she was still 17, they created very suspicious content, and Zach didn't hold back with his annoying comments.
You look like a girl that likes boys' inner. Are you in your underwear? Who'd you send that to? Who'd you send that to?
Bye.
Was it a boy?
Why would you say something like that, Zach? It's not funny. He always presents himself as a brother figure to Indiana, but we all know that no brother in his right mind would go so far as to say those kinds of things to his sister. But as we all know, not everyone was okay with their behavior. In an interview, the host took a jab at Zach regarding his inappropriate behavior around Indiana, especially now that he's older and supposedly more mature.
Now, you turned 18 recently, right?
Yeah, recently, last August.
And how old are you now?
Just turned 25.
Just turned 25.
Midlife crisis.
Midlife crisis. Yeah. Did you know your brain is now almost fully developed?
Listen.
That's really unfortunate.
I'm being dead serious.
My frontal lobe.
Exactly.
That's unfortunate.
Well, it's actually fortunate, and hopefully from this point on, your choices you make in life will be a little smarter.
About who I hang out with? I'm picking up what you're putting down. I should distance myself from.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not. You can interpret it however way you like.
I got you. I saw the wink though.
Zachary, there was no wink. We have things on this called
CGI.
rewind.
It was pretty obvious that Zach didn't like the jab from the host. You could see it in his face. The whole vibe changed for the rest of the interview. Not long after that, Indiana ended up quitting the Dropouts podcast and stayed away from it for a long time. Most of Zach's fans didn't see a problem with his behavior. They brushed it off as harmless fun and came up with all sorts of excuses to defend him. But everything shifted when Indiana came back to the podcast, and this time, Tara was there too. That episode was easily one of the weirdest videos I've seen in a while. The energy was off, the interactions felt awkward, and it just didn't feel natural. You could tell something wasn't right, even if no one came out and said it directly.
You guys dated?
Imagine.
People
actually didn't know officially that we dated until that podcast.
Oh, really?
No, we kept it like really under wraps because, and I'm going to bring this up right now. Zach and I met when I was 14 years old. And that's going to get clipped.
You should feel weird, Zach, because Indiana just admitted something that people have been speculating about for years, that the two of them actually dated back when they were making videos together, and she was still a young teenager. For the longest time, people had their suspicions, the way they acted online, how close they were, and how Zach always seemed just a little too involved. It all felt a bit off, but no one had solid proof. It was just a bunch of theories, until now.
He worked for, I guess, pretty much my mom at the time. He edited my YouTube videos and in exchange had a room in my apartment, in my mom's apartment. It was my mom's apartment. Literally, I can't even express to you how much nothing happened.
I sure hope not. You're 14 years old.
But I know, I'm trying to like...
Okay, I thought you were like backtracking, like, I was just making sure.
No, because it...
You can see how defensive Zach is getting. He's clearly heated over what Indiana is saying, like he knows exactly how bad it sounds. But Indiana, she doesn't even seem to understand the weight of what she's just admitted. She doesn't fully realize how serious this is. And Tara looked shocked. You could see it on her face, the silence, like she had no idea this kind of history existed between them. Tara probably didn't know what she was walking into. Just being on that podcast during this reveal could be damaging to her and her brand. Now she's caught in the middle of something messy just by association. Indiana still tried to convince everyone that nothing happened between them when they dated back then. But if there was truly nothing, why were they even dating? What would be the point? Zach had no business even considering dating someone that young. And where was Indiana's mom in all this? She was the only one who brought Zach into their home in the first place. Letting a grown man move in and be around your teenage daughter like that? That's irresponsible.
There have been so many things on comments, Reddits, like TikTok videos, everything, like saying that I'm this victim, saying that Zach groomed me, like all of these things. And I would like to set the fucking record straight. Number one, I am not a victim, and I'm staring down the barrel of the camera when I say this.
This one, stare down that one.
I am not a victim, and every time you guys are consistently drafting these narratives of this that happened when I was 14, you are constantly devaluing real victims and real people that have been in those situations.
Isn't that cute? Indiana stepping in to defend Zach for everything he has done, or maybe might have done. And then there's Tara sitting there with that look on her face like, what did I just get myself into? You could tell she knew she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The old Tara, the one we've seen clap back and speak up, probably would have said something. But here, she was silent, completely still. And honestly, I don't blame her. This was way beyond her usual level of drama. This wasn't influencer tea or social media messiness. This was real life, uncomfortable, too deep kind of drama. Definitely above her pay grade of crazy.
I have been in those situations with some horrible people, and Zach is not one of them. I have been in abusive relationships. I have been in situations with older men who are taking advantage of younger women in California, and that didn't fucking happen. It never happened.
Even though Indiana did everything she could to defend Zach, people weren't buying it, not even a little. Viewers could sense that something just didn't sit right about the whole thing. Most people figured she was either leaving things out or just lying to protect him. Then, right on cue, Zach jumped in with a more touching story, trying to paint himself as the big brother figure. He talked about how he stepped up for Indiana, how he was there for her, all that emotional stuff.
An abusive relationship with someone, and you kind of came to me as a friend, and you said, hey, some really dark things are happening. I don't know who I can talk to about this. And I just talked to you. Nothing strange at all. I just wanted to be there for you like a big brother. And that's how I felt. And then, you guys dated for like another year or something. It was on and off. I probably can say that I was almost killed because of trying to save you in a certain situation. She got kidnapped.
First off, Zach made sure to really emphasize the phrase as a friend. Like he wanted to drill it into the viewers' heads that there was nothing more going on. Then he took things to another level by saying he almost got killed trying to be a big brother. That's a lot. And let's be real, it sounds like an extreme excuse. He was reaching for sympathy, trying to make himself look like the hero in a situation where no one asked for one. Most people didn't fall for it. It came off more like a guilt trip than an explanation. If the story were true, then Indiana was probably around 15 when she was in that relationship. That's heartbreaking on its own. When things calmed down a bit, Tara made sure to let viewers know that she had no idea any of this had happened before she joined the Dropout podcast.
Yeah, he told me that. And to be honest, I didn't know you were on the podcast because it had been so long.
Yeah.
So I didn't know who I was replacing, or like I didn't know that was a thing until quite recently.
Even though Tara tried to deny having any idea that all this happened and made it clear she was distancing herself from the whole thing, it didn't matter. Just being there, sitting in that room while everything unfolded, was enough to get her caught in the crossfire. The drama between Zach and Indiana started to rub off on her, and the backlash came fast. With all the pressure building up and her name getting thrown into the mess, Tara eventually decided to speak up. She made a video addressing the situation.
Like I said, my routine's changing because I'm sure as some of you know, I was on a podcast called Dropouts. I'm dropping out. Sorry. I feel like I had to make that joke. If I didn't, I'd be kind of upset with myself. I'm gonna have a lot more time to make videos for you guys because I'm not on this podcast anymore. It was an amazing experience being on a podcast with two of my friends and joining a podcast that's already had begun, and I had an amazing experience and I'm glad I had so many memories on it. But when I started YouTube 5 years ago, my goal was to make girly videos like shopping sprees and get ready with me's, and when you guys follow me around parties or when I take you guys on a trip with me and vlog it. When I'm making content, I want you guys to feel like FaceTime with me, and I feel like being on a podcast didn't really feel like that unless it was my own podcast and I kind of controlled that narrative, and that's something I may do in the future, who knows. And sometimes when you're on a podcast with other people, that narrative can get spun out.
Most people who clicked on Tara's video titled I Left Dropouts were expecting her to finally talk about the drama between Indiana and Zach. I mean, it only made sense. She was literally there when all the revelations were dropped. But instead of addressing anything directly, she just ran from it. The whole video was an attempt to quietly distance herself from the mess without actually saying anything about it. She claimed she was leaving the podcast to focus on her YouTube channel, which, let's be honest, is a weak excuse. We all know that timing wasn't random. The real reason she left was obvious. It was the chaos that went down during that episode. Those revelations, the awkward tension, the way people turned on her just for being in the room, it was too much to ignore. But instead of owning up to that, she gave us the most basic PR-safe answer she could. Even Zach later came out to double down on her reason for leaving the podcast.
If there's a falling out, we'd come on here and we'd cuss and we'd yell and we'd say things, but no, Tara she wants to focus on her vlogs and is getting busy.
It feels like it was all planned. Tara probably told Zach that she needed some space to distance herself from his drama, and they likely agreed she should use the excuse of wanting to step away for a while to focus on her vlogging. Tara Yummy really missed an opportunity to stand up for so many girls and women who might find themselves in similar situations. Instead of using her voice to call out what was clearly wrong, she chose to stay quiet, just so she wouldn't have to call out her friend. It shouldn't matter who's involved. When something's wrong, it's wrong, and it takes real strength to speak up even when it's uncomfortable. Tara has been connected to some pretty questionable people over the years, and honestly, it reflects on her more than she probably realizes. The company you keep says a lot, and while people can grow and change, staying silent in moments that matter doesn't help your case. Maybe as she gets older, she'll start thinking more deeply about the choices she makes, the people she aligns herself with, and when to speak up. We can only hope. From lying about using filters in her videos,
because I don't use filters, right? I am not innocent.
to photoshopping her pictures and giving fake brand reviews.
Lashes, I'm using the Pillow Talk Push-Up Lashes in the beautiful Dream Pop color. I love how it pairs with the eyeshadow.
Michaela Noguera has been under fire for a hell of a lot of reasons. However, recently she's been making headlines for her cash grab skin prep line called Point of View Beauty. But what people don't know is that she completely ripped the name off of a small Canadian indie brand.
Michaela
Nogueira just announced her new skincare line, Point of View Beauty, and there's already drama. After teasing some sort of project on her socials, Michaela announced that she is launching a skincare line called Point of View Beauty, and it's all products that are supposed to make your skin look amazing under makeup. While anything that Michaela launched would probably get some sort of backlash or criticism, this time it feels a little bit different because there is already an independent beauty brand in Quebec, Canada called POV Beauty, and the founder has spoken out about how Michaela launching under the same brand name has felt like a betrayal. The Instagram story was in French, but translated, betrayed, sad, angry, humiliated, and heartbroken. This is how I feel at the moment about the launch of Michaela's brand. I feel like someone has just sawn off both my legs, that someone has stolen my greatest pride. I don't have the words to describe how helpless I am. It's been almost a year since the brand existed, and to see that someone is taking your name, your concept, when you have invested all your savings, your passion, and much more. I don't know how to react or what to do right now. It saddens me to an unimaginable point. How can we do this to a small queer Quebec business that doesn't even have the means to defend anything? Michaela has not addressed the situation at the time of recording.
When we looked up Point of View Beauty on Google, this website popped up in our results. It's actually a queer-led brand that is trying to promote the idea that makeup is for everyone. The fact that Michaela is trying to steal the identity of a small queer brand just proves what a horrible person she is. But this is not even the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Michaela Nogueira. Trust us when we say that she has done far worse things. She's lied consistently about using filters in her videos and has violated FTC rules more times than we can count. She says that she's always had perfect skin, all while promoting a dozen different beauty brands, claiming that they helped with her acne. On top of this, she is extremely aggressive and living a completely fake life. In this video, we're going to take a deep dive into the life and lies of Michaela Nogueira, so buckle in tight and stay with us until the end. If you're an active social media user, the chances that you don't know Michaela Nogueira are pretty slim. You might not know her name, but you must have come across the short-form beauty content that she posts on TikTok. However, if you've been living under a rock and don't know who she is, then let us give you a little introduction. Michaela Nogueira is a 26-year-old American social media influencer with 16.4 million followers on TikTok. According to her Wikipedia page, she was raised in East Freetown, Massachusetts, and graduated from Appoquinette Regional High School in 2016. When Michaela was in high school, she realized her passion for makeup. However, she didn't start making videos on TikTok until 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, people needed diverse content creators to distract from the horrible situation the world was already in. Michaela stood out in the beauty community, mainly because she looked different from other picture-perfect beauty influencers. She wasn't a size zero model, she looked real and relatable, and that's what people loved so much about her. However, what people did not know was that she would turn out to be the worst beauty influencer the internet has ever seen. And yes, we're not exaggerating when we say this. She's been called the most dishonest beauty influencer for her blatant lies about brands and their seemingly flawless finish.
I have acne, I show it. If I have darkness under my eyes because I didn't sleep the night before, I show it. And I'm very open about how I look on TikTok and on camera. I am not innocent in this. In my videos, I use the word flawless, perfect, flawless all the time because I'm conditioned.
According to Michaela, she uses these words in her videos because she is commissioned to do so. And we might have been okay with her fake reviews if only she was honest about it being sponsored. The thing about Michaela is that she posts a lot of undisclosed ads, and she more often than not just forgets to add a sponsored hashtag. This is actually an FTC violation if you guys are not already aware. But before we talk about any of this, let's talk about Michaela Nogueira before she became a brand. Not a lot of people know this about her, but Michaela was actually pretty famous on Tumblr before she started making content on other social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram. She was only a teenager at that time, so we're not going to be super harsh about her posts, but it does seem problematic. According to a Reddit thread, she actually had 60,000 plus followers on Tumblr and claimed to be a makeup artist at the age of 13. We also discovered that her content on Tumblr was pretty gimmicky. For instance, $1,000 giveaways that no one really received. Also, another thing that we found pretty disturbing was her Tumblr-era boyfriend. She apparently dated a 20-year-old when she was only 14. And the worst thing about this was that it was not a secret. She would openly talk about her boyfriend, who we believe was called Don. Her family knew about it, and there are tons of pictures that she posted on Tumblr. We may just look at this video of her explaining how she met her much older boyfriend.
To answer that question I'm getting every day and never have to answer it again because it's really annoying. But the question is, how did you and Don originally meet? So me and Don originally met, yes, on Tumblr, but we didn't actually meet on Tumblr. So here's what happened. This was early April. I met him when he had like just made his blog. He had it for like 2 weeks when I met him, maybe less. I don't know. But I had my blog for already a year and a half. So it's interesting because I made a post and I was like, Omegle promo game, Tumblr as interest, and come find me. And so I was searching for people and I found all the people and I was done looking for people. So I was like, alright, I'll stay on and just talk to some of the people on Tumblr. So I was going around and I stopped at one point and I was like, hi, and they were like, hey. And I was like, hey, what's your URL? And they were like, New York Famous. So I was like, oh, that's not quality, but I clicked on it anyways. And I have no idea why. I only follow quality blogs, and he had like a vertical New York City blog, and I was like, I only follow quality, so I can't follow you. But then we started talking on Omegle, and we were just having a normal conversation.
Honestly, it's just astonishing the way she's talking about this 19-year-old stranger and the fact that her parents allowed this to happen. She was just a kid with a side fringe and color-graded photos, thinking she was some celebrity. The real question, however, is what were the adults doing who were responsible for her? From what we've gathered so far, she never really had a good relationship with her family. As a teenager, she couldn't wait to move out of the house. Also, there's this entire half-sister drama that we'd rather not get into. However, to summarize, she had a half-sister who basically ran away after she was born. So she never really knew she had a sister until the sister contacted her through email, which is when Michaela and she started talking. We believe her name is Amber. Michaela also talked about her in one of her videos. Long story short, her sister doesn't have a job and is homeless, which is why Michaela doesn't like to talk to her anymore. Honestly speaking, we're not sure why she brought up her sister in a video, but this is just a weird take. Also, the fact that she says her sister just disappeared after she was born is very suspicious. Michaela actually wrote a long-ass paper explaining the situation, and according to her, her sister left when she was just 2 to 3 years old. We had to do a little bit of digging to find out that they have an 11-year age gap, which means that Amber was 13 or 14 years old when she just allegedly left. Michaela focused a lot on how her sister wasn't the sister she expected in the paper, and mentioned how she's on disability when she's perfectly capable of working, but somehow the fact that she has a niece is never mentioned. Honestly, there are a ton of discrepancies in this story, and we don't really want to get into it. She's problematic enough already without involving her family drama in the mix. For now, we'd like to talk about some of the things we figured out about Michaela. These little snippets actually helped us a ton while painting a picture of what she was like growing up. According to a lot of people who attended high school with her, Michaela was a bully. We found these screenshots of someone who knew Michaela at that time. It says, "She is the reason why someone tried taking their own life in middle school. I was there for it." The screenshots also point out that she has been homophobic in the past and also bullied other girls. While we don't know how much truth there is to these claims and stories, we can totally see Michaela doing something like this to her fellow classmates. After all, she has said multiple questionable things about the trans community on camera. She even called drag queens clowns.
Hello? Hi, sir. I was just wondering if you had a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Excuse me, did you just say sir? I'm not transgender, and, I'm sorry if you thought that. I'm sorry if that offends you, if you're against trannies. If you are, I'm not one, so, I will forever be a girl. I'm a real girly girl. I wear makeup. I have frilly, flowery shirts. I wear the pretty flip-flops. I do my nails, like, really nicely. I'm a girly girl. Just because I have a manly voice doesn't make me distinctively a man, and it does not make me transgender. So I just wanted to make that clear with you guys.
Now, all of this is pretty bad, but we can still brush it under the rug by saying, oh well, but she was just a kid, everyone is dumb at that age. But it looks like Michaela is still living in her self-absorbed teenage fantasy. She thinks extremely highly of herself, and she lies constantly to convince other people of her superiority. One good example of this is her fake Boston accent. We're saying it's fake because there is no way someone actually talks like this. Her accent is just over the top exaggerated and also kind of annoying.
Michaela is scaring her viewers. Michaela posted a TikTok where she recreated Kim Kardashian's Met Gala look. And everyone is freaking out over how she said Kim Kardashian's name in her intro.
Kim Kardashian had this absolutely stunning, sexy look at the Met Gala. Kim Kardashian had...
Pretty much everyone in the comments was talking about how when they heard that intro, it freaked them out and they jumped.
Besides the fact that her accent seems super exaggerated, another reason why people are convinced she's faking it is because in some of her old videos, she doesn't have that accent at all.
Hey guys, so I just got off the bus and I was at school, so I'm gonna start doing like random vlogs. And so today I just wanted to do like a vlog to show you my chickens because they are so amazing.
We also came across this old clip of Michaela when she did a promo video for her college, and again we noticed no accent at all. She seems to be talking perfectly fine.
Be seeing me around, but this is one of my favorite buildings. You can come here to hang out with your friends, study, grab a bite to eat. There are lots of offices in this building, such as the PwC, Center for Diversity and Inclusion, and there's so much you can do in this building. I highly recommend.
Also, some of the initial makeup videos she posted online don't have this Boston accent as well.
$275 foundation, and it's the wrong shade that I currently use. And this is the Zote soap. Waiting for.
If she didn't previously have the accent, then there is only one explanation for it, and that is that she is faking it. We cannot even begin to imagine what it would be like for someone to fake their accent 24/7. No wonder she thinks she's working so hard. It's got to be exhausting to always have her filter up, both metaphorically and literally. The moral of this story, it's evident to a lot of people that she is faking her pictures and her accent. But of course, as you might have guessed by now, Michaela is not the kind of person to just accept her mistakes. If she did, how else would she become one of the most successful rage baiters? So when people started calling Michaela out for her fake accent, she said that it was her radio voice or camera voice. According to her Wikipedia page, she was an intern at a radio station while she was in college, but we don't really know if that proves anything. People are not really ready to trust her, especially after everything she pulled. Even if we decide to let the accent thing slide, there is a mountain of lies that she's told her audience. Let's start with the filter thing, shall we? If you take one look at Michaela's videos, you'll realize that her pictures and videos aren't only heavily filtered, but also face-tuned and photoshopped. It's not like she just slaps a color grading filter on and posts the videos. She takes time to make her jaw look thinner, her body more toned, and her skin flawless. People on Reddit have actually posted side-by-side comparisons of pictures posted on her account versus the ones taken at an event by someone else on the same day, and the difference is just astounding. The unedited pictures look nothing like her. Here's a good example of what we're talking about. The picture on the left is the one taken at an event, and on the right is the one she posted herself on her social media. Here's another picture with her husband, Cody. You can see that she edited herself to look much smaller than Cody for some reason. Here's another comparison of her social media picture versus the actual picture. We're showing you so many of these pictures because we wanted to highlight an important point here. In almost all of these comparisons, she looks good in both. However, it's drastically different from the edited ones. She continuously denies using filters for her videos, yet she's been caught multiple times using neck filters and lip plumping filters to make herself look better than what's realistically possible.
If the girls weren't bad enough, they're calling Michaela Nogueira out for her neck filter. Oh my god, this is crazy, guys. So apparently Michaela uses filters on her videos. I don't know how, but apparently the neck filter has been seen slipping on and off of her girls. How do you even get a filter on your neck? Like, that's the question I got after watching this video. Oh, so what do you guys think about this neck filter, girls? I swear to God, I'm hearing something new about Michaela every single day. Girls, oh my God, this is crazy. Michaela, why a filter on your neck though? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, ooh. So what do you guys think about this down below? And if you know where to get the neck filter at, let me know. Could it get rid of the tattoo? Ooh. Save me a laser? I'm just kidding, my loves. I love my tattoos. But anyways, y'all, what y'all think about this? Y'all better have a good night.
Okay, TikTok queen Michaela posted a video like this on her friend's TikTok. The video got deleted because there was a lot of hate comments talking about this doesn't really look like her. She looks so different without the filter on. Now, this is the TikTok queen Michaela with her filter on, promoting something, girl. But don't say you don't use filters, the house, girl. But anyways, the video got deleted. Super sneaky, shady. I just miss the days when the girls didn't use filters, the house. There it is. But she don't use filters, girl. She don't use filters.
And if she thinks people are not going to call her out for using filters and denying it, then she is mistaken. It's one thing to use a filter. It's another to blatantly lie about it and claim that you have perfect skin. This made people extremely mad at her. We actually found this Reddit post about her titled, "The filters are insane." The post reads, "There's no way she doesn't look like this distorted on her followers' devices. Her cheeks, jaw, and eyes glitched the entire video. It looks like she recorded this on a flip phone. No one else on TikTok looks like this in their videos, just her." This is the video we're talking about.
Of all of the brand new makeup launches, the iconic Beauty of Joseon SPF now has an aqua version. This is the best SPF I've ever used, and I bet I'm gonna like this even more. It's more of a watery texture, and it's supposed to be super refreshing. This feels so lightweight, and makeup will go on top of this so beautifully.
The audience couldn't help but point out how badly her video has been glitching the entire time. Her face shape looks completely different, and her lips look fuller. This edit we found on YouTube gives you a good idea of how she tries to fool her audience constantly. Now, we understand that sometimes your own insecurities get the best of you, especially for someone who's been struggling with body image issues. It's hard to accept yourself as you are and being honest with the people about it. However, it's different when someone like Michaela does it, and also to this level. We mean, it's utterly bizarre that she's using a lip filter while promoting a lip plumper. This is completely false advertising, not to mention you're misleading people who trust you for being a beauty influencer. These people are looking at your videos, seeing the results, and throwing their money at these brands, all because you posted a fake review convincing them that these products will give them a result that can only be achieved through filters. Now, we'd like to take a moment here and really talk about why filtering her videos is such a big issue. She's not only telling a lie, but also damaging people and their beauty standards. This is something that we consider to be the biggest issue of the beauty industry. They lie to you nonstop and set unrealistic beauty standards that are harming our society in more ways than you can imagine. young girls struggling with issues like acne and body weight are looking at her videos and thinking that if they buy all these products, they'll look like her. But these young girls are not being told that their favorite beauty idol is lying to them, that she's not perfect and that nobody's perfect. Then there's the matter of false advertising. We cannot stress this enough, but you simply cannot put a filter on while reviewing a foundation. This doesn't paint a realistic picture of what the product is like. But then again, it's arguable that a lot of brands and even TV commercials are doing it. While this is true, it still doesn't make it okay. For Michaela, this is even worse because she posts a lot of undisclosed ads. Now, undisclosed ads are a huge problem for a number of reasons. First off, when viewers know an influencer is being paid to promote a product, they naturally become more cautious. They're less likely to be swayed into buying something right away, and they tend to take the review with a grain of salt. That's exactly why it's mandatory for influencers to disclose sponsorships using hashtags like ad or sponsored. It's not just about honesty. It's about giving the audience the full context. Without that, what seems like a genuine, unbiased review is actually a paid advertisement in disguise. However, Michaela has often been called out for conveniently forgetting to disclose when her content is sponsored. She either skips the hashtag entirely or quietly edits her caption hours later to add in the ad or sponsored. By then, thousands, sometimes millions, of people had already seen the video without realizing it was a paid promotion. For those who might not be aware, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, has very clear and strict guidelines when it comes to influencer marketing and sponsored content. According to the FTC, if an influencer is being paid to promote a product, receives free products in exchange for promotion, or has any kind of financial relationship with a brand, they must clearly disclose that information at the beginning of the post or video, not buried in a wall of hashtags, not hidden in the comments, and definitely not added hours later as an afterthought. The disclosure needs to be upfront, easy to understand, and unmissable to the average viewer. Failure to do so isn't just shady, it's a direct violation of FTC rules, and it can lead to serious consequences, including hefty fines. These rules exist to protect consumers from being misled, especially in industries like beauty, where people rely on honest reviews before making purchases. But Michaela here keeps posting undisclosed ads and thinks she's so smart for doing it.
Michaela Nogueira exposes herself.
I noticed recently on my TikTok there's been an uptick in the amount of comments saying this is an ad, or is this an ad, or this must be sponsored. I've been on TikTok since March and I've done 2 sponsored posts. I only agree to do sponsored posts with brands that I love, and I make it very apparent in the caption that it is an ad.
This literally just changed my life.
If my post is an ad, it will say it in the caption.
What she's not realizing is that she is just losing her credibility. It's really not that hard or that big of a deal to add a hashtag under your video unless your sole goal is to mislead your audience. And while we're on the topic of our fake brand reviews, we'd also like to show you these clips of her talking about a product in an unsponsored video versus a sponsored one.
I just actually really like this mascara, but it bleeds like a bitch. Your under eye's raccoon at the end of the day, which sucks. And the wand can be a little tough to work with. It used to be one of my favorites. For the lashes, I'm using the Pillow Talk Push-Up Lashes in the beautiful Dream Pop color. I love how it pairs with the eyeshadow. That I completely regret buying. I want to like this. I do. I want to like it. But the wand is too big, and it works almost too well. Like, once you get those brow hairs in place... Wow. Alright, let's see. This has fragrance in it, and it smells like really good. Really nice and clean. I mean, it doesn't look like it's gonna go anywhere, but as you can see, it very easily combed through. Even though my brows look so good. Holy... They look so fluffy.
So at first, she hates the wand. It's hard to work with and the mascara bleeds. But as soon as she gets paid, it's the best product ever. It suddenly smells good. The wand is too good to be true, and even the packaging is impressive to Michaela. It's absurd how fake she is in her videos. There are actually tons of other videos floating around the internet where she says something about a product in an unpaid video and then completely changes her opinion in a paid video. For instance, when she posted a video about the Essence Concealer. For the record, this is Michaela's review of Essence Concealer before they cut her a check.
This new foundation from Essence is only $6.99, so let's try it. Let me tell you something. I got these at Ulta, okay? The shade range is not it. There's 20 shades, but Do these three not look exactly the same? And listen to the names. Fair, pale, and poor.
And this is her review after.
I'm gonna prove to you that even if you use one of the most affordable makeup brands, Essence, you can achieve a look that looks just as good, if not better, than high-end makeup.
We get it, Michaela. Once the paycheck clears, suddenly everything looks flawless. But here's the thing, your audience isn't blinded by dollar signs. They're looking for someone who can give them honest, unfiltered opinions, not some overly polished, sponsored fluff disguised as a real review. People can tell when they're being sold to, and they don't appreciate being treated like they can't. Anyway, we feel like we're talking a lot about her makeup lies and drama, but honestly, it's not her fault. She has just lied so much that we'll be sitting here all day if we start counting them down. But we think this is enough to give you a good idea. We're going to move on and talk about some other controversies, but after we talk about the Lashgate controversy. We mean, how could we not? We think this happened in January 2023. Michaela became embroiled in a controversy dubbed Lashgate after posting a sponsored review of L'Oreal's telescopic lift mascara. In the video, Noguera demonstrates the mascara's application, initially applying it to one eye and expressing amazement at the results, stating, "This literally just changed my life. This looks like false lashes." However, viewers noticed discrepancies, particularly that the lashes appeared significantly longer and fuller after the second application. Many speculated that she had applied false eyelashes.
Look how long and lengthened my lashes look.
This literally just changed my life. This looks like false. This is how? What? It's this L'Oreal telescopic lift. Look at the wand. Okay, so basically I'm taking the curved side and I'm going root to tip and I'm satin to coat the lashes. And then once you've done that, you flip the brush to the side and you use the hook comb to basically separate. This is one coat. Okay, I'm gonna add a second. Look at the length. Do you see that? I am speechless. And I'm not sure anyone's gonna ever be able to compete with this mascara.
These are clearly lashes, and we wouldn't believe otherwise. We mean, what was she thinking? Even a kid can tell these do not look like her real lashes. People were actually so sure that these were falsies that they even found out which brand of lashes she was using. They pointed out that she was using Ardell Wispies to achieve the enhanced look. Despite Michaela's assurances in the comments that only multiple coats of mascara were used, the video amassed over 17 million views and 40,000 comments, with a majority expressing skepticism about the authenticity of the results. However, this was just the beginning. The backlash extended beyond her follower base, attracting attention from other beauty influencers. Jeffree Star, known for his candid reviews, hinted at returning to product evaluations, criticizing creators for perceived dishonesty.
Whether you believe or not, what I'm about to say is none of my business. But what I'm going to tell you is that the video I made about these e.l.f. eyeshadows, I made $0. Saying I have like an endorsement by e.l.f. And I feel like a broken record saying that they didn't sponsor my wedding.
Now listen, Michaela, we all know that you may not have some endorsements by e.l.f. But baby, when you make a lip kit for your wedding called the Wedding Lip Kit, e.l.f. paid for your wedding. I not understanding. Now, Miss Thing may not have an endorsement by e.l.f. like how Gatorade will endorse a football player, but she definitely made a lip kit for her wedding, and that entire collab made her a lot of money.
In this video, Jeffree Star is talking about Michaela's wedding, which itself was a big PR stunt. We'll talk about this in detail afterward. For now, we just want to highlight that Michaela got herself into a whole lot of controversies. Other creators with makeup brands such as Huda Beauty also made videos about this.
Looks like there's more drama in the beauty community, this time about blush. Michaela did a video where she was reviewing the new House Labs blush, then Jeffree Star reviewed the Too Faced and the Dior blushes. Here's Michaela's initial reaction to the blush.
Holy cannoli! These are beautiful. These are new blushes from House Labs.
And here's what Jeffree Star had to say in his video about influencers making over-the-top reactions about makeup.
Now here's what we're not gonna do today. Ready? All these this is how they're doing it these days. I can't. All right, you guys, so we're gonna review this. Oh my god, it's so pretty! That's what we're not gonna be doing on Jeffree Star's TikTok today, you fake ass hoe.
And then here's what seems to be Michaela's response to that.
If you're mad at the way I react to shit, just stay mad. So this is the cutie cake shade.
This is what a lot of the comment section on Michaela's video looked like. Most people assumed that it was about Jeffree Star. She also replied to some comments. Clearly she's unbothered.
Perfect
images that are so far, again, unattainable, has also created this sense of unhappiness and this sense of incompleteness, you know, where we are not complete without the editing. I see my daughter. She thinks it's normal to only use filters. And I don't like that. Is she going to grow up in a world where people are honest? Like, could that possibly happen? Is that too much to ask?
Honestly speaking, it is extremely liberating to see other creators talking about the importance of embracing ourselves instead of becoming something fake and unrealistic. You would think that all of this backlash would maybe make her more cautious with her words, but no, Michaela actually got worse. She started obvious rage baiting. For instance, this one video of her where she talks about wearing falsies and making her lashes look natural.
Difference in my lashes with this mascara is absolutely incredible. It truly did a phenomenal job. I mean, literally, just look at the difference. So I just lied straight to your face, and you probably believed it. These lashes, totally fake. And that's what brands do. They lie to you about how things work. Would you have known these were false lashes? Maybe not. You're someone who doesn't have a lot of lashes, doesn't know how to apply lashes, or just wants a little lash lift, this video is for you. Out the gate, let's start by applying 2 coats of your favorite mascara. We want to achieve the fuller lash look. We're going to use the Kiss Lash Couture Faux Lash Extension. They're super affordable, you get a ton of them. This is the current one I'm using, this is so easy to do. You need a strip lash glue. You're going to take one of these lash pieces and get some glue on it. You don't got to let it dry, give it a quick blow. Literally gonna take the piece and just lay it right on your lashes and press it down. Put about 5 pieces. Then go ahead and apply 1 final coat of mascara. How would they know? How would they know? You know?
This is clearly a jab at his audience for the Lashgate controversy. Besides this, there was also a Lashgate 2.0 controversy where she was trying out mascara from a brand that frequently sponsors her. We think it was the Essence Call Me Queen mascara. She was showing the results of a mascara when she cut the video and people noticed that she had a different mascara wand in her hand. She apparently switched her Essence mascara with a Maybelline mascara halfway through the video.
Michaela is at the center of yet another controversy, and it appears we're getting Lashgate 2.0. So in a recent video, she was supposed to be testing and promoting Essence's new mascara, but when she cut to showcase how well the mascara works, people noticed that she was literally holding Maybelline's mascara in her hand in the clip. And the comments went wild. People started calling her out right away, saying things like, "Girl, you got some explaining to do, caught pink-handed, and Lashgate Pat too." Someone even said, "Just saw the one switch up at the end, they all end up lying, like why?" And Michaela finally responded back saying, "LMFAO, I had that open because I use it for my bottom lashes, and my dumbass picked up the wrong one in the clip." To which someone said that her bottom lashes don't even have anything on them, so clearly she's not telling the truth. After all this backlash, she's since taken down the video and posted this to her Instagram group, which you can pause to read, but honestly, I'm just not buying it. Part of me feels like she's been in the game long enough where she knows what she's doing, and she loves the attention that these controversies bring her. What do you guys think?
As expected, people were quick to call her out. It was simply outrageous the way she was using another product and promoting something else entirely.
So I was watching Michaela Nogueira Get Ready With Me, and I noticed that we have a Mascara Gate Part 2 on our hands, and I don't know how many people are talking about this, but I know her comment section is talking about it, so I'm just going to bring it to you guys' attention. And so if you guys don't know what's happening, Michaela was trying out an Essence mascara, and it has a black cap on it, right? And then in the video she does 1 coat of this mascara, as you can see up there, and she says, "Wow, look at this mascara, it's so good. Now I'm gonna do it on my other eye." And then she does on the other eye and she's like, "Here's 1 coat." And then the mascara that she's actually holding is one with a pink cap, and it's a Maybelline mascara that she apparently has been using for a while, and she really likes that one. But she's commenting on the Essence mascara and how good the wand is and all sorts, so why would you need to use the pink mascara? Now her excuse is, when someone asks, "So did you use the Essence or the Maybelline?" She says both. Essence on top, Maybelline I use for my bottom lashes. However, when she's holding the pink mascara, her bottom lashes aren't done, and they're only done at the end of the video, which means she did them around when she did her her lip gloss. So right before she did her lip gloss. But she's holding the pink mascara in between coat 1 and coat 2 of the Essence mascara, and then her bottom lashes aren't done, and then she's back to holding the Essence mascara. So it wouldn't make sense that you were doing your bottom lashes because you were in between 2 coats of your top lashes and your bottom lashes aren't done when you say you were doing them, if that makes sense, right? Someone said, "So did you use the Essence or Maybelline?" Both, blah blah. "Girl, you got some explaining to do, caught pink-handed." "Miss Girl, the one is different than the one you showed us. You said it was for your bottom lashes, but they aren't even done. Maybe I'm blind." And someone does respond to that and say her bottom lashes are done at the end of the TikTok, but not when she said she was holding the pink mascara, because then she goes back to the Essence mascara to do another coat of lashes, and then she does her bottom lashes. So it just wouldn't make sense for her to be holding the pink mascara in between coat 1 and coat 2 and not have her bottom lashes done, because that was the whole excuse. It just doesn't make sense. Wait, are you testing out Maybelline Firework or Essence? Because you definitely use both. The Essence, the Maybelline is what you see on my bottom lashes. Your bottom lashes weren't done. I'm going to show you guys the clip, and I hope you guys understand what I'm saying once you see the clip.
The new Essence Call Me Queen mascara. Curl the lashes. It has this really flexible wand. Supposed to give a nice flared effect. Okay, that before and after, it's pretty freaking good. That's 2 coats. I'm gonna let that dry and then I'll add a third. I like how the wand is smaller because I can really get into each individual hair. Okay, third coat just to see. Such a beautiful mascara. Okay, last thing I want to try are
This was just sent to me by a friend, but she said, just to clarify what I'm seeing about Lashgate 2.0, lol, I did a review of the Essence Mascara, totally organic by the way, purchased it myself, not an ad. In the video I am seen holding a Maybelline mascara when I'm doing my eyes, and that's because I used the Maybelline mascara on my bottom lashes. I already said that doesn't make any sense, because when she claimed she was doing her bottom lashes weren't done until she was like basically doing her lip gloss. The question then is, well, the bottom lashes aren't done. When the clip of my mascara plays, that clip was right when I'm about to do my bottom lashes. I applied lip liner first and then did them. And this is being totally blown into Lashgate 2.0, which I understand I'm under a microscope. It's my own fault. Blah, blah. Sounds a bit like a lie to me, but you guys decide.
So when people started calling her out, she tried to do some damage control. She actually wrote an explanation for the incident saying, just to clarify what I am seeing about Lashgate 2.0, lol, I did a review of Essence Mascara. Totally organic, by the way. Purchased it myself, not an ad. In the video, I am seen holding a Maybelline mascara when I'm doing my eyes, and that is because I use that Maybelline on my bottom lashes. The question then is, well, the bottom lashes aren't done when the clip of the mascara plays. That clip was right when I was about to do the bottom lashes. I applied lip liner first and then did them. Now she says that it was not an ad and that she purchased it herself. But this really doesn't seem like the truth. For starters, this is a brand that heavily sponsors Michaela. Secondly, this mascara was promoted by almost all the famous influencers, and all of them had similar scripts, including Michaela's video.
This is the new Essence Call Me Queen mascara.
This is the new Essence Call Me Queen mascara.
Okay, now this mascara is supposed to give your little thin furrow lashes a voluminous lengthening effect. I'm gonna do one eye first, and then we're gonna see what it gives compared to the other eye.
Curl the lashes. It has this really flexible wand. Supposed to give a nice flared effect. Okay, that before and after, it's pretty freaking good.
I'm gonna do one eye first, and then we're gonna see what it gives compared to the other eye.
That's 2 coats. I'm gonna let that dry and then I'll add a third.
Okay, now after doing the tips, I'm gonna start putting another coat, but this time, I'm gonna start applying another coat, but this time taking it down to the roots of my lashes.
Okay, third coat just to see.
She got the job done.
Such a beautiful mascara.
This was extremely sus, and to be honest, Michaela's defense wasn't very strong. On top of that, the fact that she is a pathological liar didn't help her either. Also, another thing that we'd like to mention here is that we're not really going in chronological order in this video. However, we are attempting to cover all the controversies, so we don't know if we're going in proper sequence. But this next controversy is probably the most hilarious video that we've seen of her. We're not sure of the exact date, but we believe she posted this video in September 2022, talking about how hard it is to be an influencer.
You know, I'm feeling like a asshole today, so I'm gonna clap back at people because I'm tired. I'm so tired. Every single day, I get up at 6 a.m. I spend about 5 to 6 hours filming video content that ranges from 3 to 4 videos, and I spend a few hours editing that video content. Then I have to work on my other social media profiles, whatever it may be, Instagram, whatever. It's marketing. Then I'm in meetings from 12 to 5. I literally just finished working. It's 5:19. Try being an influencer for a day. Try it. Because the people who say it's easy are so far out of their minds, try it for a day. It is not for everybody. In fact, it's for a very small handful of people who can actually do this job. Because it's absolutely insane. You do not want to have this job. I'm just saying.
In the clip, she mentioned working until 5:19 p.m. and invited viewers to try being an influencer for a day. This comment led to significant backlash, with many viewers perceiving her remarks as tone deaf.
Try being an influencer for a day. Because the people who say it's easy are so far out of their minds. I literally just finished work and it's 5:19.
As a medical student and content creator, I'm not gonna slate this poor woman. She's had enough of that already, but I feel like everyone thinks what they do is hard. Everyone. It's the same way that nearly everyone always says that they're busy. No one ever says that they're not busy. It's because life is hard. Life is hard, full stop, whatever you do. Obviously, when I'm on hospital, I see people who work their absolute arses off. Now, I'm gonna cut Michaela some slack with this one. There are some very unique struggles that you may have as someone who puts themselves out on the internet. However, I'm gonna tell you the reason why I think this comment was so ignorant. And the main reason isn't because I don't know many people who finish before 5:19. It's because if you hit the nail on the head right, you literally get to make a living out of just doing whatever it is you're passionate about. The whole point is you are creating content that you have decided to make, and you can carve out a community or niche or nurture a group of people who have the exact same interests or beliefs or passions as you. So even if doing this was as hard as being a doctor or a nurse, or there was as many hours involved as being a doctor or a nurse, this is still definitely one of the most freeing and fulfilling jobs that anyone could envision for themselves. And I just cannot believe she said that.
What Michaela seems to overlook is that she's not the only one working hard. People in corporate environments, for example, are likely working just as hard, if not harder, and would probably give anything to live the lifestyle she has. Sure, being an influencer does require consistency, patience, and a lot of confidence, but it's still her job. Comparing it to other people's work and claiming hers is tougher just comes off as disrespectful. On top of that, the internet doesn't really buy her narrative. She claims she's in meetings from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., which seems unrealistic for an influencer's schedule. We've all seen her content. She's traveling to Korea on paid trips and flaunting her new Porsche. With all of that, it's hard to feel sorry for her, even if she's truly working that hard.
Spend the day with me and my husband. I am so excited for today. The first thing we did was went and picked up my new car. I am not okay. I'm going to Korea. Like, what? I'm going to Korea. I am not okay. Get ready with me to go to Korea. Oh, hopefully I can do this. Anyways, I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. In 2 hours, I'm getting on a plane to go to Korea. I've been keeping this a secret for like months, but if you watch my videos, I've been hinting at it a little bit. I think the flight is like 16 hours. I am very nervous about that. This is gonna be the longest flight I've ever been on.
So yeah, her life is basically so hard. And why wouldn't it be hard? She's collaborating with all of these brands, spending hours to Facetune her videos, and coming up with stories to cover up her lies. In fact, she's so busy she couldn't find a single day in 4 whole months to review a brand that she promised she would. This brings us to her next controversy. In late 2023, a controversy emerged involving Michaela and Matthew Stevens, the CEO of Illusion Bronze, a custom self-tanning company. Stevens publicly requested Michaela to review his product, aiming to gain exposure for a small business. Michaela responded positively, indicating she would test and review the product promptly. Anticipating a surge in orders following her endorsement, Stevens took out a $10,000 loan to increase his inventory. Now, is it really Michaela's fault that he took a $10,000 loan? Not really, but here's a little context. This happened immediately after Michaela posted a video saying that she would no longer review small brands because they don't have enough inventory to fulfill the orders. Matthew didn't want to be one of those brands, so he took a loan thinking that Michaela was going to review his products. However, Michaela did not post the promised review. This absence led Stevens to express his frustration on TikTok in January 2024, stating that her unfulfilled commitment had left him in significant debt.
Michaela just posted a response to my TikTok. I want to be very clear about why I made the decision to post that video. The day before yesterday, my followers were commenting on one of Michaela's videos about her reviewing Illusion Bronze. And Michaela made the decision to respond to them and say things like no and shut up, and proceeded to block a lot of people that are following me. That really triggered me because 2 weeks ago was when I told Michaela that I had spent $10,000 on product. No, Michaela did not tell me to spend $10,000 on product, but her knowing that I had just spent all that money on product, why is she responding to people in her comment section saying things like no and shut up and blocking them?
The entire drama with Matthew is actually pretty messy. Not only because Michaela failed to keep her promise, but also because she left him hanging for more than 4 months, even after he reached out to her repeatedly about the promised review.
The video has color grading on it. Let me take the color grading off and show you what I actually look like. This is with the color grading off.
I'm not even going to talk about the drama with Michaela and the brand. I feel like the brand is getting even more clout because she didn't post the video than if she would have posted the video. All I care about is what the color grading. Like, can we talk about what filter Michaela was talking about in the video? All these bright ass lights on my room, and I feel like the color is always a little bit off, and I have like this green hue in my videos all the time. I feel like what she looks like here is kind of what I look like very washed out with like a green hue. This is what she looks like with the filter on. You can see the skin looks so much more warm and it has a lot more saturation. You can actually see the true color of the makeup a lot better. Like, I have a lot of bronzer and blush on and you can't even tell for shit. I've been trying to find the filter and I just cannot find it. So if anybody knows what filter Michaela was talking about in this video, please let me know.
On top of this, she also allegedly used spray tan and never used his products even after she gave a review. This was just an extremely confusing situation which painted a very bad picture for Michaela. A lot of people who have used Illusion Bronze's products pointed out that the results looked orange on Michaela, to which Michaela responded by saying she had a color grading filter on in her video, which is why it looked orange. This again brings us back to why it's so unethical and wrong to have filters on while reviewing a product. For starters, the audience isn't able to see the real results, which questions the entire point of making a review in the first place. But this isn't the only problematic thing about Michaela. She's been using tons of products on her face, or at least claiming to. According to her, every other product is helping her with acne. But the real question is, how could she know what's causing her acne to disappear when she is using so many products? Is it the serums, the moisturizers, or the face masks? Or is it the brand she used in her recent videos? Or is it the one she's claiming to have been using for the past 3 weeks? Which one is it? The answer to this question is that no one knows. Even Michaela doesn't know, and she's being paid to say these things in front of the camera. It's evident that whatever Michaela does is for the money and views. Even her own wedding was a huge brand promotion. She lied a lot during her wedding as well. She said that she was having an intimate wedding and she wasn't really inviting anyone who didn't know her. However, a lot of influencers have been invited to her wedding who she had never even met before.
She just read it. Well, I found out she dropped a bunch of real friends from her list so she could invite a bunch of fake.
Not only this, but she had a lot of branding done at her wedding, a lipstick booth, and makeup giveaways that were obviously placed there by brands. The most infamous scandal to come out of her wedding was the lipstick scandal. She actually started posting these videos on her TikTok looking for her perfect wedding lip combo. And like everything on her account so far, this video series was also a promotional tactic. A few days before the wedding, she revealed to the audience that she got the chance to make her very own lip combo. She even shot an advertisement at her own wedding in a wedding gown. How crazy is that?
Not only did I find my wedding lip combo, I created it. I'm so excited to finally be able to share with you my marriage material lip duo in partnership with Elf Cosmetics.
Michaela Nogueira's wedding stirred up a lot of chatter online, not because of what she wore or who she married, but because it felt less like a traditional wedding and more like a full-blown influencer event. There were tons of guests, very few family members in sight, and an overwhelming amount of branding everywhere you looked. Now, it's her wedding, and if she wanted to turn it into a sponsored celebration, that's completely her choice. But the real issue came when she denied it was sponsored at all. Michaela claimed she paid for everything herself and that she simply asked brands if she could display their logos, which feels like a strange thing to do if it truly wasn't a collaboration. But this is not the end of her cash-grabbing antics, because after she got married, she started hinting that she would be starting her very own skin prep line. She posted a TikTok that she had a big confession to share with her fans, which she had been keeping a secret for more than 2 years.
How y'all doing?
Then she announced her very own skin prep line called POV Beauty. Now, for some reason, she decided to call this the skin prep line, not the skin care line. But at the same time, she consistently claimed that these products were making her acne disappear and her skin more even.
Miss, you forgot something.
Thank you.
To nobody's surprise, her prep line was met with a lot of criticism. A lot of people reviewed the products and didn't have a lot of positive things to say. However, we also think that the backlash could be related to her past actions and the fact that people don't really trust her. And to be honest, why should they? After everything that Michaela has lied about, she doesn't deserve that kind of trust. Therefore, it wasn't really that surprising when the skin prep line didn't receive a lot of good reviews. A lot of industry professionals, including dermatologists and aestheticians, said that the products were nothing extraordinary and that they were actually kind of pricey for such a normal formulation.
Finally, some new information on Michaela Nogueira's new skincare line point of view, as well as prices and something that's happening in Canada with a very disgruntled small business owner. We finally have prices for Michaela Nogueira's line, and people want to know if these are affordable or not for a skincare line or a makeup prep line. It seems that this was intended as makeup prep, but do you use this in addition to a skincare routine, therefore costing even more? Or is this something that actually replaces a skincare routine, and how does it fit into primers? As noted, I'm a medical esthetician and I'm really excited to actually see the ingredients, some of which I may have a sneak peek into. She launched 5 products and these are the prices. Seeing as she's collabed with Glow Recipe before, etc., are these affordable? Are they not? I actually don't think these are half bad, especially considering macroeconomics. The question is, do you need this on top of skincare, which you're then paying even more money for? Or is this something that can replace a skincare routine? And when I look at some of the ingredients that have been snuck and given to me, kind of looks like these might actually be some really cool textures that do replace a regular skincare routine. Except for there is no sunscreen, which we know is the most important step. And there's also a small business in Canada saying that Michaela actually stole their name. Apparently this small business in Quebec has said that they've had this line and this name for quite a while, and they're really betrayed, sad, angry, and humiliated, and heartbroken that a really famous influencer would just take all of their IP. Now, Michaela's brand is made in Korea, which we have confirmed, even though it is run out of a company in New York, which is a different trademark law than Canada. So maybe this doesn't violate any trademarks? Either way, skincare prep, or just skincare, or makeup prep, or just makeup, I'm really excited for the ingredients because they seem to be vegan and cruelty free, and you know I'm going to be brutally honest when I dive into them. I'll see you there.
We already mentioned at the beginning that she stole the name POV from a small Canadian beauty brand, and the owner of the brand, Sam, even posted a story talking about how disheartening it was for a big influencer to steal their brand's identity. Another thing about Michaela's brand that concerns people was that she claimed these products were formulated by Korean labs or skin experts. This struck really odd to people since she hasn't been to Korea since her sponsored trip, which another brand paid for. Michaela has recently been talking about how things have been extremely hard for her. She initially posted a video saying she wished she could talk about it, but she was not ready.
No one knew that this year has been the worst year of my life.
Michaela Nogueira has opened up about her personal life, revealing that the past year has been the worst year of her life. Her revelation came after she posted this video of her crying, captioning it, "Facing the hardest year of my life behind closed doors and making sure no one could see behind my fake smile." When a user commented and said they would never have known she was struggling because her energy is always so good, Michaela posted a 5-minute TikTok in response, giving some insight into what she has been going through.
It has nothing to do with the internet, nothing to do with anything online. It's all off camera, and it's been awful.
However, Michaela went on to say she isn't ready to give details on exactly what has been hard for her this past year.
What I've been going through over the last year has been the hardest shit I've ever dealt with in my life. And do I wish I could tell you every detail of it? Absolutely. But I can't. It's not the right time. Will I potentially share it eventually? Probably. But right now I'm not.
Some users speculated that the personal issues could be something to do with her husband, Cody Hawken, who she married in July of 2023. One said, "I really hope you and Cody are okay." However, Michaela hasn't addressed this speculation. The beauty guru explained that she isn't ready to open up fully because of the fear that her words will be twisted, going on to call out TikTok drama channel Rich Lux.
I'm not Michaela from 2020 anymore, where I could just be myself like I am right now and just talk to you and share everything about my life like I used to, because people tear apart and I just nasty. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Rich Lux. You're a piece of shit.
After Michaela called him out, Richlux was quick to address her clapback, claiming it was unfair for her to single him out specifically when he isn't the only creator that makes content about her.
People get way more views than I do talking about Michaela, and you mention me?
Richlux did apologize though, and gave some context as to why he likes to make videos about Michaela.
If I offended you, I am truly sorry. However, I am a drama channel, I am a tea channel. There are thousands of beauty gurus on TikTok that are not problematic. I don't talk about them because they don't do nothing. You, Michaela, you stir the pot. I love it.
Many fans took to Richlux's comments, seemingly in support of Michaela. One wrote, "What's your beef with her?" And another said, "Just leave her alone? How do people have so much hate in their hearts?" Michaela ended her video thanking her fans for staying supportive while she deals with what she is going through.
Thank you for bearing with me while I figure my shit out.
However, she broke the silence not long after and posted a video announcing that Cody, her husband, has been to rehab for alcohol addiction.
My husband Cody is in rehab, and I'm ready to talk about it.
She's talked multiple times about how this time is very hard for her, but despite this, she continues to receive hate for the things she's done in the past. The reality of the internet is that they don't forget easily, and people can be brutal. This is why we just like to mention that this video is not meant to encourage hate toward anyone. We don't really think it's okay to be insensitive to a topic like addiction. It's something people truly struggle with, and we hope that Cody recovers from this. That being said, we also think that Michaela might be cashing in on the Cody situation as well. We don't really know if Cody's comfortable with her sharing this information with the internet. After all, she's the beauty influencer. He's just a normal person who wouldn't want his addiction to be discussed online like this. In any case, we don't really know Cody's point of view on all this since he is in rehab. We don't encourage anyone to send hate towards Cody or Michaela. This video is primarily meant to shed light on the hypocrisies of internet beauty gurus who brainwash our society to meet unrealistic and absurd beauty standards. According to us, this is an important topic that is not being talked about enough. And on this note, we'd like to end this video. We really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, then don't forget to hit the subscribe button and leave a comment down below to let us know what you think about Michaela Nogueira. Is she really that bad? Or is she just an insecure person? A victim of beauty standards herself.
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Clara, and today let's talk about I'm flat-chested.
As much as the internet loves watching lolcows dig their own graves, Clara's downfall is one of the saddest and most tragic to witness. Why? Because for a brief moment, she was actually a force for good in the cesspool of social media. She wasn't just another vapid influencer. She gave people confidence, encouraged them to be authentic, and made them feel comfortable in their own skin. But that was then. Now, that credibility's in the dirt, and the only person responsible for this spectacular fall from grace is Clara herself.
I'm a naturally skinny person. I have never gained weight since my adult life.
Clara built her platform as a body positivity activist, and her niche was as rare as it gets. She advocated for extreme skinniness in a space dominated by plus-size discourse. She had a unique body type, and people gravitated toward her message. But here's the problem. The very thing that made her relatable and accepted later turned out to be a lie she was pushing on purpose. But soon enough, the truth started creeping out. She was deliberately starving herself to maintain her frail appearance, despite the fact that her weight was objectively unhealthy.
Hungry, and I only eat when I'm like really hungry. I often don't remember to eat unless I really feel it in my stomach, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm hungry. And then I realized that, oh, it's like 7 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything all day. That hunger, I just don't experience it.
And of course, when people started calling her out, she did what every exposed influencer does. She doubled down. She swore up and down that she ate tons of food but just couldn't gain weight. Sure, Clara, totally believable. That is, until she accidentally let it slip that she doesn't eat until 7 p.m. most days. So which is it? Do you eat all the time and stay magically underweight, or do you fast for most of the day? The math ain't mathing. But that's just one side of the mess. Clara also brands herself as a feminist and women's rights activist. Nothing wrong with that, obviously. But then she took things to a disturbing level, making jokes about how domestic violence against men is okay. And no, this wasn't just some dumb internet controversy blown out of proportion. This was straight up vile. Look, we've all seen certain so-called feminists completely miss the point of feminism, turn it into a men-hating club. That's not new. But outright promoting violence? That's a whole different level of messed up. And the fact that Clara, someone who once preached body positivity and self-love, is the one doing it, that makes it even crazier. Her longtime fans, the ones who supported her when she was actually standing for something meaningful, felt completely betrayed. Meanwhile, everyone else was furious, calling her out for the hypocrisy. And after all the backlash, you'd think she would at least delete the post, right? Nope. She left it up, which tells us one thing. She meant every word. But believe me when I say this is just the tip of the iceberg. Clara's hypocrisy isn't just a one-off incident, it runs much deeper. And if you thought this was bad, buckle up, because we're about to uncover just how twisted the so-called body positivity advocate really is.
Uniquely us. We are so uniquely ourselves. And that's what makes us beautiful. It's not the facial feature. It's not your body. It's not any of that external stuff. It's what you have inside of you. And even what you have outside of you, it is unique. What you have is unique.
Clara Dow is a 26-year-old influencer with a jaw-dropping 4 million subscribers on YouTube and another 3 million followers on TikTok. Though she's currently living in Toronto, she was born and raised in Vietnam. Unlike most influencers who stumbled into fame, Clara had a pretty structured path leading up to her online career. She attended a high school specialized in foreign languages, which later set the stage for her move to Canada as a student. Once she arrived, she completed college and even snagged an honorary BA in art, a sign that she at least cared about her education. But let's be real, her true passion was never school. It was social media, specifically YouTube. She had always dreamed of being a YouTuber, but for the longest time, she didn't take the plunge. That is, until heartbreak struck. A devastating breakup during her third year of college finally pushed her to start posting. At first, her videos, starting from her first upload on February 4th, 2019, were just standard life advice, nothing out of the ordinary. But then almost out of nowhere, she dropped the video that changed everything. I am flat-chested.
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. My name is Clara and today let's talk about boobs. I'm flat-chested and as you can see, if you picture my chest like a LCD TV screen or an ironing board, that's basically how my chest looks like. But you know what? I love it.
That single video went insanely viral and flipped her channel's trajectory overnight. From that point on, Clara's entire brand revolved around her flat chest. Occasionally, she'd throw in content about being skinny, but let's be honest, her entire persona became the flat-chested girl. And just like that, the beginning of the end had arrived. In that now iconic video, Clara got vulnerable, talking about her deep-rooted insecurities about her tiny chest and how she eventually learned to celebrate it. It was a fresh take in the body positivity space, which typically focuses on fat shaming rather than the struggles of being super thin. Her message resonated with thousands of women who felt unseen, and for a while, she was seen as this beacon of hope and self-love.
Doing the inner work is hard. Facing your fear and insecurities head-on takes courage and compassion to come to terms with whatever you're insecure about. Now I'm totally comfortable and confident with how I look. I love wearing tops like this, or bralettes, tank top, V-neck shirt, you name it. It's interesting that once you learn to love something that you used to feel so insecure about, you just want to show it off more and more. I love my breasts, I love my boobs, I love my chest so much. And
for years, Clara had tried everything to hide her chest. Push-up bras, baggy clothes, you name it. But in 2018, she considered breast augmentation, only to decide against it after realizing it might do more harm than good. That's when she claimed to have had a major epiphany. She would accept her body as it is and encourage others to do the same. Sounds great, right? It would be if she didn't contradict herself in the exact same video by casually mentioning that guys actually like girls with small boobs.
in regards to guys' opinions, I want to assure you that there are a lot of guys who love small boobs or flat chest. In fact, if you're a guy who's watching this video and you love small breasts or don't mind it at all, drop a comment down below and show us girls some love. To be honest, a lot of guys don't even care that much. To them, they all titties.
So which is it, Clara? Do we not need anyone's validation? Or are we supposed to feel better because guys secretly like it? You can't preach self-love while also reassuring your audience that men approve of your body. That's not empowerment. It's just seeking approval in a roundabout way. And the contradictions don't stop there. Claire built an entire platform on body positivity, preaching acceptance and self-love. Yet it's painfully obvious that she's had cosmetic procedures done. Now, there's nothing wrong with getting work done if that's what makes someone happy, but when your entire brand is built on embracing your natural self while secretly altering your appearance, that's not body positivity, that's straight up hypocrisy. These inconsistencies haven't exactly gone under the radar. Her comment sections are flooded with criticism, and the backlash just keeps piling up. But out of all the controversies she's been caught up in, nothing has earned her more ridicule than her tone-deaf attempt to weigh in on the tragic death of Mahsa Amini. When Mahsa Amini's death sparked global outrage, people showed solidarity in powerful ways. Women across the world cut off large chunks of their hair. Some even shaved their heads in a bold act of protest. But then there was Clara, who somehow thought the best way to honor Mahsa's memory was by trimming her split ends and fake crying. Yes, seriously.
And if somebody hurts you, I wanna talking, but my accent broke so many times. So I use my voice, sorry, so but they always win. But I know what the things that I sing as it's all at a nature stars. So I send the thing off until when the love art. And I'll sing, cold when I don't speak up. But all I see is that he is dumb on and up. I'm another love. About something it's fear a star on a proud. But not at all. The only I see is some done.
While Iranian women were literally risking their lives in protest, Clara sat in front of a mirror, casually snipping at a few barely visible strands of hair, fake crying like she was auditioning for a low-budget soap opera. And when I say fake, I mean fake. The exaggerated expressions, the forced sobs. It was so over the top that it almost felt like she was trolling. The backlash was instant. People saw right through her and called her out for making a global tragedy all about herself. But instead of taking the criticism seriously, she doubled down, insisting that her little hair trimming stunt was still spreading awareness, as if awareness alone magically fixes everything. Classic Clara move. But if you think her hypocrisy ends there, buckle up, because her contradictions go way deeper. One of the clearest examples? Her stance on privacy, specifically when it comes to her relationships. In a Q&A video, she confidently told her audience that she'd never reveal her romantic life because she wanted to keep it private.
Am I seeing anyone? My relationship status? My answer to that question is, it's a secret. Over time, my mindset has changed a lot, and now I'm at a place where I like to keep that part of my life private, because I do share a lot already on my channel. Of course, I always try to be authentic as much as possible. So yes, whether I'm single or I'm in a relationship, it will remain a secret.
Sounds reasonable, right? Well, it didn't take long for her to completely contradict herself. Not only did she introduce her boyfriend Javi to the world, but she went all in, creating an entire couples channel that blew up overnight. So much for keeping things private. And that's just another chapter in Clara's ever-growing book of hypocrisy. Now let's shift gears and talk about what she claims to stand for: body positivity and self-acceptance. To be fair, when Clara first started, her content wasn't toxic. In fact, it was actually inspiring. Her unique body type brought attention to an often overlooked group, the naturally underweight. Body positivity has always been dominated by the fight against fat shaming, leaving those who struggle with skinny shaming completely ignored. Clara stepped in and gave them a voice. Many people didn't even realize skinny shaming was a thing until she started making videos about it. And undeniably, she helped a lot of people who face insecurity and ridicule simply because they were visibly underweight. But then fame happened, and if there's one thing we've seen time and time again, it's that clout changes people. The sincerity that once made Clara relatable started to fade. Her content shifted from being genuinely impactful to feeling more like an aesthetic-driven performance. What once felt like an authentic message slowly turned into just another influencer cashing in on a niche. And that was the beginning of the end. For years, Clara swore up and down that she was naturally skinny. She insisted that no matter how much she ate, she just couldn't gain weight. And for a while, people believed her. But as time went on, little cracks started showing, and soon enough, the truth wasn't so easy to ignore. But the real moment that shattered everything, the moment when Claire Dow accidentally exposed herself in a way no one saw coming. In a video that sent shockwaves through her audience, titled "The Surprising Habit That Keeps Me Skinny," Clara dropped a bombshell. She casually admitted that she doesn't eat until she really feels it in her stomach. In her own words, she could go until 7 p.m. without eating at all.
Not hungry, and I only eat when I'm like really hungry. I often don't remember to eat unless I really feel it in my stomach and I'm like, oh my god, I'm hungry. And then I realize that, oh, it's like 7 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything all day. That hunger, I just don't experience it.
So let's get this straight. She's spent years preaching that she's just naturally skinny, that her body just works that way, and that no matter what she eats, she can't gain weight. But then she turns around and admits that she straight up starves herself for most of the day? You see the problem here? Because everyone else did. This isn't just some quirky eating habit, this is textbook starvation. And she didn't say this with any kind of awareness or caution. She said it as if it was some secret hack for staying skinny. And this time, not only were her haters talking, but her fans were too. The very person who built her brand on body positivity and loving yourself had just admitted that she was deliberately starving herself. And she didn't stop there. She framed it as something that kept her skinny, as if it were a good thing. The thing that makes this even more shocking is that she said she is naturally skinny and never gained any weight for years, 1 minute earlier in the same video.
I'm a naturally skinny person. I have never gained weight since my adult life. I've never have to worry about my weight. I've never have to worry about what I eat. I feel healthy. If skinny privilege is a thing, I can be called a skinny legend. These are the habits that make me stay at this weight for the past 10, 15 years.
If that's not ironic, I don't know what is. And of course, the internet did not let this slide. People started dissecting her words, analyzing her past statements, and what they found was even more disturbing. Because if Clara had always been this restrictive with food, then what did that say about everything else she claimed? The comment section erupted. You're not naturally skinny. Not eating until 7 p.m. is crazy. I'm a naturally skinny person. Proceeds to starve herself till her stomach hurts, LMAO. Claire, if you care about maintaining trust in your fan base, please consider removing the video. This doesn't justify promoting possibly unhealthy eating habits to youth who already struggle with similar issues. She has balls for not deleting this. Beyond the glaring issues of authenticity and credibility, this video raises an even more serious concern: the dangerous impact it could have on her audience. Clara's followers are mostly young girls, many of whom likely struggle with body image and weight-related insecurities. And yet, the advice she gives in this video isn't just bad, it's outright harmful. What makes this even more ridiculous is that Claire herself knew how toxic her message was. She even slapped on a disclaimer, warning people with eating disorders not to watch. But what's the point of a disclaimer when the entire video is essentially a guide to self-starvation? It's like handing someone a loaded gun and saying, hey, don't shoot yourself, before walking away. If she really believed her words were dangerous, why say them at all? As if all this wasn't bad enough, Clara doubles down and claims that she has read a lot of books about food and nutrition, insisting that what she advises is safe.
Go 1 or 2 days or even longer without food. That's how we have evolved. And trust me, I have read a lot about this. I have learned and educated myself a lot about health and fitness and nutrition. So I can speak about this with confidence that like this is healthy.
But here's the thing. Reading a few books on nutrition doesn't suddenly make someone an expert, especially when their actions completely contradict the most basic principles of health. She's effectively endorsing a harmful eating pattern, one that nutritionists and doctors explicitly warn against. And yet Clara presents it as some kind of enlightened knowledge, rather than an alarming sign of disordered eating. Besides the sheer danger of this advice, there's something uniquely bizarre about Clara's entire stance, which becomes obvious if you've been following her content for a while. She fundamentally misunderstands body positivity. She confuses it with being blind to existing problems, particularly when it comes to her own severely underweight condition. Instead of addressing this reality, she acts as if it's completely normal, or worse, something to be proud of. And she's not just ignoring the issue, she's bragging about it. This is blatantly clear in most of her recent videos. While embracing self-love is crucial, there's an important distinction between acceptance and deliberate neglect. True body positivity isn't about pretending everything is fine, it's about acknowledging reality while striving for a healthier, more confident self. But Clara, she takes self-love to such an extreme that it starts to look more like self-deception. This kind of message is particularly dangerous considering her primary audience, young, impressionable teenage girls. Many of them already struggle with insecurities, and now their once inspiring role model is indirectly telling them that skipping meals is fine, even desirable. What happens when they take this message to heart? When they follow her example, thinking that starvation is the key to self-love? And the worst part, Clara knows she has influence. She knows the power her words hold. But instead of using it responsibly, she continues to feed this toxic cycle. And trust me, this is only the beginning of Clara Dow's unraveling. And as more people started putting the pieces together, things only got worse for Clara. Because once you start digging into her contradictions, you realize it's not just about food. It's about everything she's ever said. And the more you look, the more you realize that the facade she's built is starting to crumble. And it's not stopping anytime soon.
Processed food from the grocery store, like what I mean by processed food is basically anything in a package with the ingredients that I don't understand.
Although it's true that processed foods aren't exactly the best for you, they're definitely not as bad as not eating at all. But that's exactly what Clara is pushing. She promotes the idea of starving yourself until you really feel it in your stomach. Basically, waiting until you're practically collapsing from hunger before eating. This isn't just bad advice, it's straight up reckless. And if that wasn't enough, you can literally see her bias in these videos. She clearly looks down on people who've gained even a little weight. Now imagine what she must think of someone who's actually fat. The irony here? Clara Dow positions herself as some kind of body positivity advocate, but she's really just playing favorites, praising her own body type while subtly putting down others. But here's where it gets really funny. Clara tries to present herself as being in a normal body shape, casually giving out advice on not getting too fat. Yet she's not even in a healthy weight range herself. Her entire philosophy is built on the idea of love your body, but the second she starts talking about food and weight, that message completely crumbles. At the end of the day, Clara has no credibility when it comes to talking about health and weight. She's actively promoting unhealthy habits while pretending to be an authority on the topic. And that's pure hypocrisy. And just when you think Clara's contradictions couldn't get any worse, she hits us with this gem. She preaches that beauty isn't about physical appearance at all, that we shouldn't even focus on our looks. Sounds nice, right? But then in the same breath, she makes sure to remind everyone that she's pretty and tells those who see themselves as ugly not to dismiss her advice just because of that.
They even look at me right now and think that, oh, it's easy for you to say because you're pretty. Like, I want you to stop saying that. Okay, yes, I am pretty.
So which is it, Clara? Does physical beauty matter or not? Because if it truly didn't, she wouldn't feel the need to constantly reinforce her own attractiveness while pretending to uplift others. It's just another layer of her endless hypocrisy, claiming to promote self-acceptance while subtly making it clear that she's the standard. And just like that, the contradictions keep piling up. Clara tells her audience not to fixate on a single body part, not to let one feature define their confidence. A reasonable message, if only she actually followed it. Because in reality, she spent years making video after video obsessing over just one thing, her chest. By her own admission, she's flat-chested, and she never misses a chance to remind people of it. Now, if she truly believed in not caring about individual body parts, why does she keep making it the entire theme of her content? It's clear that she's still insecure about it, which honestly wouldn't even be an issue. Everyone has insecurities, But what is an issue is how she pushes a message of confidence and self-acceptance while doing the exact opposite. She tells others to embrace their bodies as they are, yet she's built an entire career fixating on what she lacks. At this point, it's impossible to ignore. Her brand isn't about empowerment. It's about capitalizing on insecurities while pretending to have moved past them. And here's where things start to make even more sense. Clara didn't just talk about her flat chest, she built her entire brand around it. It wasn't until she started posting videos focusing on this one insecurity that she went viral. That's when the views skyrocketed, when her channel took off, and when she became a social media sensation. So of course she's not going to try to gain weight, why would she? Her entire identity as an influencer is tied to being that girl. The one who's ultra-thin, flat-chested, and different from the typical beauty standards. The moment she gains weight, the moment she no longer fits the image she built her brand on, is the moment her appeal starts to fade. That's exactly why she despises the idea of gaining weight. It's not just about her personal preferences, it's about maintaining the thing that made her famous in the first place. And while that might work for her now, the way this is heading, it's not looking good. Because at some point, chasing clout over reality always comes crashing down. If Claire doesn't take a step back and start seeing things for what they really are, instead of what keeps her audience engaged, her downfall won't just be a controversy or a hit to her reputation, it will be disastrous. And just when you thought Clara's hypocrisy couldn't get any worse, this was the moment it stopped being just contradictions and turned into something far more disturbing. Up until now, she had been exposed as someone who didn't practice what she preached, a fake body positivity advocate, a self-proclaimed feminist who didn't actually stand for equality. But after this video, her content took a massive turn and revealed the darkest side of herself. Clara has always presented herself as a feminist, consistently advocating for women's rights, fighting oppression, and promoting equality. However, in one particular clip, she didn't just contradict these values, she exposed a deep-seated disdain for men. In the video, she casually joked about ignoring domestic violence against men, not just dismissing it, but outright laughing at the idea, as if male victims of abuse were nothing more than a punchline. There was no concern, no regret, no acknowledgement that something was wrong. She found it funny. And here's the real kicker. If the situation were reversed, if the victim had been a woman instead of a man, do you think Clara would have stayed silent? Absolutely not. She would have been outraged. She would have made a dramatic post about how domestic violence is never okay, about how we should always stand up for victims. But because the victim was a man, she didn't care. In her mind, abuse is only a problem when it happens to the right gender. And this isn't just ignorance, this is dangerous. And this isn't just ignorance, this is dangerous. She's not just turning a blind eye to domestic violence, she's promoting the idea that it's okay when men are the victims. That if a man is getting abused, it's something to joke about, not something to stop. And the fact that she never deleted the video, that just makes it even worse. Because leaving that video up after all the backlash, after all the criticism, after watching your own audience turn against her, that tells you everything you need to know. She meant every word. She wasn't just making an offhand joke, she genuinely believes that this is okay. And when someone with a massive platform like her starts pushing ideas like this, it's not just hypocrisy, that's outright cruelty. At the end of the day, Clara's story isn't just about one influencer getting exposed. It's about what happens when someone builds an entire career on deception. She sold herself as a body positivity icon, yet she starves herself. She claimed to promote self-love, yet she's obsessed with validation. She preached feminism, yet she laughed at male abuse victims. And every time the mask slipped, instead of owning up to her contradictions, she doubled down. But here's the truth. Clara's carefully curated persona is crumbling, and the people who once admired her are finally seeing her for what she really is, a fraud. No matter how many aesthetic vlogs she posts, no matter how many self-love pep talks she gives, the damage is already done. She's lost credibility, she's lost trust, and sooner or later, she'll lose relevance. Because if there's one thing the internet never forgets, it's hypocrisy. And Clara Dow, she's just another name on the ever-growing list of influencers who fumbled their own legacy. Jasmine Tan built her brand on confidence, self-love, and what she calls being a girl's girl.
Okay, so I haven't washed my hair in 4 days. Since y'all are always asking about my hair, I'm gonna show you how I grew my hair from this thin-ass low-key balding moment to this many new baby hair growths now. Look, I can never be friends with women who don't understand girl code. These are the girl code rules that me and my best friends live by that I think every girl should follow. Number 1, if your best friend has a crush on someone, and this should be common sense, never ever follow him on social media unless she wants you to or you.
With 2.2 million subscribers and viral videos reaching over 64 million views, she's positioned herself as the ultimate online big sister, teaching young women how to navigate life with confidence. But somewhere along the way, the message got twisted. Instead of uplifting women, she started tearing down men and sometimes kids.
Oh my god, bro, I have never wanted to slap a kid so much in my whole entire life.
Ridiculing strangers and even contradicting her own advice. At first glance, Jasmine appears to be your typical self-help influencer. But beneath the surface of her motivational speeches and exaggerated pep talks, something feels off. Her version of empowerment often involves pushing harmful stereotypes, and in some cases, outright fabricating narratives to fit her agenda. And it's not just men she's taking shots at. Her own sister, her fans, even random strangers have all been collateral damage in her quest for digital dominance. Today we're breaking down the rise and fall of Jasmine Tan. From her Pinterest scandal, where she faked evidence to prove a false point.
Now open Pinterest again.
Okay.
And then search for ugly boys.
Oh my god.
There's actual results. There's actual ugly boys results.
To her toxic influence on her 12-year-old sister, to the viral backlash over age shaming a 21-year-old woman in a Pilates class.
Girly pop. She's still in school. She's 21. Why does she look like a mother of 2 who responsibly files her goddamn taxes every year?
This is the story of how the internet turned against one of YouTube's most controversial influencers. Because when you build a brand on self-love but continuously contradict yourself, people start to notice. And Jasmine, she gave the internet plenty to notice. Jasmine's rise to fame seemed almost inevitable. She had all the ingredients of a viral content creator: confidence, a distinct on-camera personality, and a relentless commitment to pushing her brand of self-love content. She quickly became known for her high-energy delivery, bold opinions, and her repeated use of the phrase "baby girl" in almost every video. For many, she was a breath of fresh air in the self-improvement space. Someone who wasn't afraid to be loud, confident, and unfiltered. But there was another side to Jasmine that her critics would later dissect. An underlying arrogance disguised as confidence, contradictions disguised as advice, and empowerment that often came at the expense of others. Before we get into all that, let's start with how she got here. Jasmine Tan's journey to internet fame is a classic example of how social media can elevate someone from obscurity to viral success almost overnight. Born on March 30th, 1999, Jasmine, now 27 years old, built her online empire by positioning herself as someone who could guide young women through the trials of self-confidence, self-love, and personal growth. At first, Jasmine's content seemed refreshingly positive. Her early videos focused on helping women embrace their self-worth, encouraging them to stand tall, reject societal expectations, and prioritize their own happiness.
Okay, my girlfriends are always saying nonchalant men are so cool. No. I want all chalant. Full chalant. Chalant infused. If you are not fully obsessed with me, I don't want you. If I am not your dream girl, I don't want you. If you don't worship the ground I stand on and the air I breathe, I don't want you. If you are not a loyal, romantic, chivalrous, golden retriever lover boy, then you are not my man, sir. Remember, if you are nonchalant, I am noncha girl. And I swear to God, if you act all nonchalant, your ass gonna get nonchalant, period. Okay, I love you always. Bye. Boy Matt, let's go. Boy Matt is being scared that women are gonna use you for money that you don't have. Boy Matt. Boy Matt is wanting a girl with 0 body count while he slept with the whole town. Boy Matt is wanting a housewife but having no house. Boy Matt is chasing a girl that dresses like a baddie, then tries to change the way she dresses once you get her. Does that make sense to you? No, it doesn't. Boy Matt. Boy Matt is wanting women to call you daddy but expect us to be your mommy. Boy Matt is calling your exes psycho, thinking we don't know that you are the ones that made them that way. Cause tell me, how can all of us girls be psycho for no reason. Boy math is wanting a woman with a perfect hourglass shape when you need to be more worried about that hairline boo-boo. And boy math is thinking high-value women are in their league. Stay in your league, son. Go disappoint another girl. Okay, baby girlies, that was fun. I love you always. Bye.
She crafted an image of empowerment, branding herself as a girl's girl, someone who always had her female audience's back, ready to dish out advice with humor, energy, and what seemed like genuine care. Many of her fans saw her as a mentor, an older sister figure who had life figured out and wanted to share her wisdom with the world.
Oh my god, bro, if one more auntie go and tell me, oh my god, you're so skinny, you need to eat more. Like, no, auntie, I am very much aware that I am built naturally like a flagpole. But to be fair, everyone else in my family is also petite. So that would be pretty sus if I had double D's and a fat ass. So you know what? Today I want to show you how to make my bulking big booty chocolate smoothie recipe. Take some ice, then put 150 milliliters of milk. Then take a banana. We're gonna use the whole banana. Ah! You didn't see that. Banana in. Then take 2 tablespoons of chunky peanut butter and then add 50 grams of honey. Okay, this part is optional, but you can add a scoop of mass gainer. This is what it looks like now. And I think we're done. Taste test. That's so freaking yummy. I lost a lot of weight last month, but mark my word, you will start seeing the gains, bro. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, I love you always. Bye.
Take one of her early motivational speeches, for example, where she confidently declared why she loved being single.
You know why I love being single? And you know why? It's because I don't have to worry about what to wear to meet my boyfriend's parents. Because you know what my problem is? Take a long hard look. Tell me what the problem is. That's right. All my clothes end with less. They are either tummyless, sleeveless, shoulderless, or backless. So you see how that would be a big red flag to them? Oh, hi auntie, hi uncle, I'm Jasmine. It's so nice to finally meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Come, let's go inside.
Oh yeah, sure, okay. Be honest, if you had a kid, will you let me date your son? Best case scenario, the parents offer me some money to stay away from their son. Oh no, but I love him. But between us, auntie, how much are we talking about here? Woo! Just kidding. Unless...
Lines like these made her audience feel like they were being seen, like they were part of something special, like a movement of strong, independent women who refused to settle for less. And for a while, it worked, and it all seemed true. Her videos, often shot in fast-paced, high-energy bursts, were instantly recognizable. She had a distinct way of speaking, rapid fire, exaggerated, and full of dramatic emphasis. Her go-to phrases such as baby girl and you deserve this became part of her brand identity. She didn't just give advice, she delivered it with the confidence of someone who felt she was right. And for many young women, that confidence was infectious. But there's a fine line between confidence and arrogance. And for Jasmine, things took a turn for the worse. As her audience grew, so did the intensity of her takes. What started as empowerment soon morphed into something else entirely. Her positive messages began to blur with toxicity, and before long, people started noticing the contradictions in her words. Because if there's one thing the internet is good at, it's paying attention to the littlest shift in details. One of the first things that started turning people off from Jasmine Tan wasn't necessarily her message, it was the way she delivered it. Her high-energy, exaggerated voice, which became her signature, over time started to feel less like an empowering sound and more like an over-the-top performance. You see, Jasmine has a way of dramatically emphasizing her words, often repeating phrases like baby girl, with an intensity that makes it seem like she's summoning a spirit rather than giving self-help advice. At first, this made her stand out in the crowded influencer sphere, but for many viewers, it quickly became unbearable. Her delivery is so extreme that entire Reddit threads and Twitter discussions have been dedicated to criticizing how she speaks. One user on Reddit bluntly asked, "I don't understand why she's perpetually yelling in her videos." Another Twitter user shared his thoughts on her voice, saying, "Why Jasmine Tan talks like she's about to have a mild stroke." It wasn't just casual viewers who felt this way. Even some of her original fans admitted that, as much as they liked her message, they couldn't sit through her videos because of the way she spoke. One person on Reddit wrote, "Exactly, Like, sis, I get your point. You don't need to make caps lock your entire persona. Jasmine's exaggerated delivery also became an easy target for parody and memes. People started making compilation videos of her repeating the same phrases in different videos, exposing just how repetitive and dramatic her speech had become. And it's not just the volume. It's how she speaks, as if she's always performing on a Broadway stage, even when she's talking about something as simple as getting ready in the morning. Confidence is great, energy is great, but there's a difference between being charismatic and being exhausting, and for many people, Jasmine had crossed that line. For instance, a Reddit user commented, "Insufferable. The whole baby girl intro is incredibly cringe. She's doing too much." Even among her initial supporters, there was a shift in perception. As one Reddit user noted, "Jasmine is kinda too girly for me to handle, and the way she talks is just cringe to me." While Jasmine's intent may have been to inspire, her execution led some to perceive her demeanor as overbearing. This shift in delivery has greatly affected the reception of her content. You see, Jasmine Tan's brand has always revolved around female empowerment, but over time, her approach became less about uplifting women and more about tearing men down. While she continuously branded herself as a girl's girl, her content increasingly started pushing an anti-men narrative, often bordering on misandry rather than feminism. One of the most blatant examples of this was what the internet now calls the Pinterest lie, a staged, completely fabricated experiment that she used to prove that society is inherently biased against men. In the video, Jasmine introduced a social experiment that she claimed would expose how society views women and men differently. The premise is that Pinterest itself, a social media platform known for fashion, beauty, and lifestyle content, was proof of systemic bias against men. She starts by instructing her 12-year-old sister, June, to open Pinterest and search the term ugly girls. June compiles, and surprise, surprise, Pinterest returns no results.
June, did you know?
What?
That Pinterest is a girl's girl.
What do you mean?
No, really. Here. Open Pinterest and then search ugly girls. What does it say?
Oh my god, we couldn't find any pins?
For ugly girls, there's no results for ugly girls. That is so cool.
Jasmine dramatically declares this as evidence that society refuses to acknowledge that ugly women exist. Then, she tells June to search for ugly boys. This time, the screen is suddenly flooded with results.
Now open Pinterest again.
Okay.
And then search for ugly boys.
Oh my god.
There's actual results. There's actual ugly boys results. So yeah, Pinterest is a girl's girl.
Slay.
Okay, bye.
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 Jasmine, feigning shock and amusement, excitedly claims that Pinterest is a girl's girl. At first glance, it seems like she had just uncovered some hidden bias buried deep within Pinterest's algorithm. But there was just one small problem. It was completely fake. The internet is full of skeptics, and it didn't take long before people started fact-checking Jasmine's little experiment. Hundreds of users went to Pinterest themselves, typing in the exact same keywords, and guess what? Neither ugly girls nor ugly boys returned any results. It turns out that Pinterest doesn't generate results for either search term because, as an image-based platform, it doesn't categorize people as ugly or beautiful. Pinterest's algorithm prevents these kinds of negative search results from appearing altogether. A commenter also pointed this out. Pinterest isn't just a girl's girl, it's a closet, art gallery, makeup store, and friend. So if neither term works, how did Jasmine manage to get results for ugly boys? She made them up. Further digging revealed that Jasmine had literally created a Pinterest board herself and named it Ugly Boys. Then, she filled it with random images of men, so that when June searched for ugly boys, the results would conveniently appear, making it look like Pinterest was discriminating against men. In reality, she manually rigged the entire thing. Once people caught on to the lie, the backlash was swift. Reddit threads and Twitter posts began calling out the deliberate misinformation, with people expressing shock that she would go so far just to reinforce her own narrative. For someone who preaches female empowerment and authenticity, being exposed for faking evidence was a huge blow to her credibility. It raised the question, if she was willing to manufacture this lie, what else had she exaggerated or manipulated? Jasmine had built a reputation for being a confident, outspoken feminist, but this incident made people question whether her feminism was genuine or just performative outrage designed for clicks. Being a girl's girl doesn't necessarily mean that you have to hate men and literally be rude to another gender. You can love and respect everybody while being a feminist. Another comment would point out the double standards in the video. Yeah, if a boy posted this about Pinterest being a guy's guy or impertinent new terms like a homie while shaming girls, they would have been canceled immediately. Instead of challenging real issues women face, she had fabricated an issue that didn't even exist, all to further her agenda and vilify men. This pattern of constantly seeking ways to criticize men was initially dismissed as harmless fun in her videos. However, this particular issue became a turning point, making people realize the deeper problem at hand.
Hi, yes, hello. Today I have decided that I will be staying single for a little while longer. And you know why? It's because I have unlocked a new ick I have in men. Dude, please, please, I am begging you, please do not ever baby talk me. I do not care if you've been married for 40 years. I do not care if it's gotten to the point where I know all of your hamsters' name that you had when you were 10 years old. I do not care. Please don't ever talk to me in a baby voice. I'm the only one in the relationship who's allowed to do it. Cause it's cute when I do it. It's not cute when you do it, buddy. It's not a good look on you. Ice cream machine was broken. Shocker. And then I was like, aw, I really wanted a McFlurry. And this man, word for word, said, oh baby, I'm sorry, the ice cream machine is broken. Wanna go somewhere else? From that moment on, the crush went like pew, pew. After that, I've never seen him in the same way ever again. Safe to say he is no longer in my life.
This was just one of the many hypocritical moments that began stacking up against her, and it wouldn't be the last time the internet would call her out. One of the biggest controversies surrounding Jasmine Tan isn't just about her personal opinions, it's about how she influences her 12-year-old sister, June. Many fans once saw their sibling relationship as wholesome, with Jasmine acting as a big sister figure, giving her advice and spending time with her in videos.
She's not old enough to wear makeup. Yes, I am. No, you're not. But of course, I want her to be the prettiest girl in school. I could easily give her my glow recipes and drunk elephants, but she is still a kid and therefore she has to earn her way to bougier skincare. So girl, count your blessings. Yeah, okay. I actually have a little makeup hack for you. You will be needing this Calm Down Something moisturizer and you'll be needing this Drunk Elephant Rosy Drops. Basically, you have to pump this and we're gonna put a lot of this, okay? Anyway, you're going back to school, sis. Are you excited? Yes. What's the goal for this school year?
To be extremely beautiful and also disgustingly overeducated.
Yes. Period.
Period.
Ah! Okay, I love you always. Bye-bye.
But as more people started analyzing the actual messages Jasmine was pushing, it became clear that her influence on June wasn't entirely positive. In multiple videos, Jasmine teaches her little sister to ignore boys entirely, portraying them as nothing more than distractions or sources of negativity. While it's understandable for an older sister to look out for her younger sibling, the way Jasmine frames her advice goes beyond typical guidance. She isn't just warning June about being cautious, she's conditioning her to avoid boys completely.
Baby girl, today we will be doing my baby sister's makeup while we talk about boys.
Ew.
June, I think that you should just completely ignore all boys.
Ooh, why?
I'm not even trying to be cute or quirky when I say that. I deadass feel like they're a waste of your time. Ignore their judgments, ignore their insincere compliments, and icky half-ass romance.
Yeah, and they have cooties.
Just focus on yourself, practice your art, play sports, do theater, go out with your girlfriends. Never put an effort into pleasing men.
Of course, I have too many hobbies to care about boys anyway.
Yeah, she has a lot of lessons.
I'm a busy queen.
Yes, sir, period. Because your majesty, only Jazzy can take this and turn it into a princess. Do you like it?
I love it.
Okay. Okay, we love you always. Bye-bye.
This isn't just about encouraging independence, it's framing all interactions with boys as inherently negative. It wasn't an isolated incident either. Jasmine repeatedly emphasizes to June that boys aren't worth her time, reinforcing an extreme belief that many see as harmful and manipulative for a child so young. As if shaping June's worldview wasn't controversial enough, another incident had people questioning Jasmine's real stance on body positivity. Jasmine has built a brand around confidence and self-love, often telling her fans to embrace their flaws. and not let society's standards define them. But in one video, she was caught using a face slimming filter on June, her own little sister. At first glance, the video looked innocent enough, Jasmine talking to June in a casual, playful manner. But when people watched closely, they noticed a subtle distortion effect on June's face. Viewers could see the filter kicking in, narrowing June's facial features. One person called out the hypocrisy, saying, "Her content is based on men hating and being mean. She talks about self-love all the time, but she puts filters even on her sister. I saw the filter glitch." For someone who constantly preaches self-acceptance, using a beauty filter on a 12-year-old child was a terrible look. The message was clear. Even if you're young, you're not good enough as you are. Beyond her views on men and the use of beauty filters, many people started questioning how Jasmine presents June in her content. There have been accusations that Jasmine pressures June into dressing and acting older for views. Jasmine seems to exploit her younger sister for engagement, knowing that featuring June in videos brings more interactions and emotional investment from her audience. From pushing extreme ideas about men onto her to altering her appearance with filters, the way Jasmine treats her younger sister contradicts her own messages about self-love and empowerment. The controversy over June is one of the biggest reasons people turned against Jasmine. What started as a wholesome sibling dynamic turned into something more unsettling, raising serious questions about what kind of example she's setting, not just for June, but for her millions of young viewers and their views of themselves and then men. To buttress her point about her men hate, in one of her videos, Jasmine confidently declares that she just thinks that all girls are heaven-made and men are not.
I just think that all girls are heaven-made. I feel like girls are just naturally born pretty clean and scented. And on top of that, we still take really good care of ourselves. But some men already look very questionable to begin with and still make zero effort to look better.
For someone who constantly talks about self-love and acceptance, this statement felt particularly hypocritical. She wasn't just making an observation about grooming habits, she was actively dismissing an entire gender's appearance as inferior. She continued by claiming that by that logic, the ratio of hot girls to hot guys is about 10 to 1.
Now, my point is, what I do not freaking get is you would think, right, by that logic, ratio of hot girls to hot guys, which is about like 10 to 1, like there's one cute guy every 10 hot goddess women, you would think they'd be trembling at the presence of our godlike hotness. But no, instead all the hot girls think they're ugly because you know what? Society benefits from capitalizing on women's insecurities. While the ugly men genuinely think that they're hot and they're a catch and think they rule the world. Like, oh my god, where'd y'all purchase your audacity from, huh? Haha, just kidding. Okay, I love you always. Bye-bye.
This entire speech is a contradiction. On one hand, she criticizes society for profiting off of women's insecurities, but in the same breath, she reinforces the idea that men are inherently unattractive and don't deserve confidence. The double standard was immediately noticed by all.
Hi, yes, hello. If you identify as a woman, we need to have a little chat, girly. I'm calling an emergency meeting right this second. Baby girlies, I feel like us women are getting way too desperate to make something work here. Because why have we invented the term ugly hot? Ugly hot is basically someone who's ugly, but in certain lighting and angles. Okay, you could say they're kind of cute and kind of charming. And honey, don't get me wrong, I get it. Cause the girlies got tired of chasing conventionally hot guys and getting burned by these narcissistic fuckboys. So we, as a collective, have gaslight ourselves into thinking that ugly guys are hot. But now the ugly guys gets an ego boost and thinks they're seriously hot.
Another one of her biggest contradictions came when she panicked about aging at 25 and rushed to get preventative Botox, sending a completely different message than the one she preaches. For someone who constantly tells her audience to love themselves and not care about beauty standards, this sudden obsession with preventing wrinkles felt like a massive hypocrisy, and her critics wasted no time calling it out. In a now infamous video, Jasmine sits in front of the camera looking visibly distressed and delivers a dramatic monologue about aging.
Baby girl, if you are in your mid-20s, then you need to watch this video. Remember when I said that my ultimate goal in life is to be a hot MILF? Well, this year I'm going to be 25. And because I smile all the time and I'm very expressive with my face, I am starting to develop forehead wrinkles. No,
The dramatic delivery, paired with the fact that she was only 25, immediately rubbed people the wrong way.
Nuh-uh. I refuse to age. So today I'm getting my wrinkles removed because no amount of skincare can fix it. So today you're coming with me to get my very first Botox. Let's go. Baby girl, did you know that after the age of 25, your body produces 1% less collagen every year? And as your body produces less collagen, you know what that means? Wrinkles! Well, apparently, if you start getting preventive Botox in your mid-20s, you can prevent the earliest fine lines from becoming deep wrinkles that's gonna be harder to correct later when you're in your 40s. Because look at this. This is 1 week later and I look gorgeous as fuck.
She then documented herself going to get Botox injections, emphasizing how much she needed the procedure because of her facial expressions and fear of wrinkles. This entire situation highlighted an ongoing problem with Jasmine's brand of empowerment. It often comes with conditions. She encourages women to love themselves, but only under very specific, curated circumstances. If self-love was really her message, why was she panicking about fine lines at 25? If embracing who you are is so important, why was she so terrified of natural aging that she rushed to freeze her facial muscles? For many people, this was the final proof that Jasmine's self-love mantra was nothing more than surface-level branding. The moment it no longer served her, she threw it out the window, and her audience noticed. Her credibility took another massive hit when she publicly mocked a 21-year-old woman for looking too old, a moment that completely contradicted everything she claimed to stand for. It all started when Jasmine attended a Pilates class and noticed another woman in the room. Instead of minding her own business, she decided to turn it into content. In a video that was later deleted, but of course archived by the internet, Jasmine went on a rant about how shocked she was to find out this woman was only 21.
Baby girl, not to be a hater, but do you guys notice that us Gen Zs are aging really fast and looking way older than our actual age? Like,
So far, it might seem like a general observation about aging, but then she took it to a cruel and unnecessary level.
this morning, I saw this girl in my Pilates class, right? And I legit thought that she was like a mama muda that goes to Pilates class after she drops her kids to school in the morning. And today I was feeling sociable, right? So I poked her and I was like, oh my god, you awet muda banget. And she was like, what are you talking about? I'm 21. At that point, I wanted to unalive myself because, oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
Then came the worst part, the moment she completely undermined her entire self-love philosophy.
Girly pop, she's still in school. She's 21. Why does she look like a mother of two who responsibly files her goddamn taxes every year?
The tone of this statement is what really struck people. It wasn't just a casual joke. It was a direct insult to another woman's appearance, lifestyle, and personal choices. As soon as the clip started circulating, fans and critics alike slammed Jasmine for being judgmental, toxic, and completely hypocritical. One Reddit user summed up the sentiment. I like her too at first, but then she posted a vid about a 21-year-old girl in her Pilates class who looks like a 35-year-old and a mom of 3. I was so shocked seeing that vid. The backlash was so intense that Jasmine deleted the video, but the damage was already done. This entire controversy exposed one of the biggest flaws in Jasmine's confidence message. It only applies to certain people. If she truly believed in self-love, why did she mock someone for how they look? If she wanted to uplift women, why was she tearing another woman down for something as natural as aging? This wasn't just a one-time slip-up. It was another proof that her empowerment brand was built on contradictions. She spent so much time preaching about ignoring beauty standards, yet here she was, insulting a woman for not looking young enough in her eyes. And it didn't help that shortly after this controversy, Jasmine released a video promoting retinol, a skincare product used for anti-aging and wrinkle prevention. The timing made it seem like she was using the backlash to push a product, further reinforcing that her self-love messaging was nothing more than a marketing tool. For many of her longtime fans, this was the final straw. It wasn't just about one bad take, it exposed a pattern. The internet wasn't going to let this slide, and her audience started walking away. By this point, Jasmine had been caught in multiple controversies: the Pinterest lie, the age-shaming incident, the Botox hypocrisy, and her toxic influence on her younger sister. Each time she faced backlash, but instead of reflecting, apologizing, or addressing valid criticism, she took a very different approach, doubling down. When people called her out for her age-shaming comments, many assumed she would issue a genuine apology, or at the very least acknowledge the mistake. But instead she posted a video that made everything worse. In the video, Jasmine smugly says,
Now, I would like to just make something clear that if you do not like me and you find my videos cringy, that's okay, baby. Because I do. I absolutely adore me. I can't force you to have good taste. Ha ha. Just kidding. But seriously, you can't ever please everyone.
This wasn't an apology. This was a complete dismissal of the situation, as if the people criticizing her were simply haters who didn't get her. This response infuriated many of her fans. She wasn't just ignoring the issue, she was gaslighting her audience into thinking they were overreacting. Instead of addressing why her comments were harmful or hypocritical, she framed the backlash as just another case of people unfairly hating her. It didn't take long for the internet to react. This non-apology was the final push for many of her fans to walk away from her channel for good. People who had followed her for years, believing in her self-love message, finally saw through her performative empowerment. Her audience started unsubscribing in waves, and her engagement dropped significantly, as you can see from her recent videos, from millions of views per video to barely 50,000 sometimes. Despite all the backlash, Jasmine never issued a real apology. Instead, she continued posting as if nothing had happened, hoping the controversy would blow over. But the internet doesn't forget, and for many, this moment marked the downfall of Jasmine Tan's influencer career. Jasmine Tan built her platform on self-love, confidence, and female empowerment. But over time, it became clear that her version of empowerment wasn't about uplifting women, it was about tearing others down. And the truth is, Jasmine wasn't hated because she was confident. She was criticized because she built her success on one message while living by another. At the end of the day, self-love isn't about looking down on others. It's not about fabricating reasons to hate men or judging people for how they look. True empowerment doesn't come from creating double standards. It comes from leading by example. And Jasmine, she led by contradiction. Her downfall was because her audience finally saw through the facade. And when your brand is built on a false foundation, it's only a matter of time before it all comes crumbling down. Hey guys, welcome to your favorite YouTube channel. Who are we gonna talk about today? Nevada! Today we're seeking what Nevada, the so-called influencer, is actually like and how exactly she's influencing people. Influencing or wrongly influencing? Well, Nevada's one of the highest followed influencers from Ukraine, now based in LA. Her Instagram is more perfect with 2.6 million followers. Her YouTube is massive with 7.43 million subscribers. Her fans are madly obsessed with her, and her personality? We'll be diving into it right away. She is the most toxic and most problematic influencer one could come across. She's a girl whose character changes with every new post, every new video, and every new content. She doesn't adapt with the changing trend, but literally changes her personality and character with time. And let's not call it evolution. Let's better call it chameleon-like behavior. She cries over her body shape and overall body type every now and then. She's always unhappy with the way she looks and her weight. She not only expresses that over-dramatically on her social media pages, but also shares how she copes with it. And trust me, that process itself is extremely hazardous for society. The young generation who follows her is directly, indirectly being carved at the wrong influence spread by her. She skips meals for days and days. She has bottles and bottles of vitamins and other medications as her breakfast, lunch, and dinner meals. She not only does that for herself, but puts out this campaign on her social media saying, "Who all is with me in this?" And the fans go crazy over it. There are people who follow her and admire her body and beauty, following her diet plans too. To give you a trailer of changing shades of her personality, she was stalked, followed, and her essentials were robbed by a stalker. She cried and made a mess out of it. It was all fair till the day she straight away went on a date with her stalker. In this video, we'll get to know about Nevada, her toxic personality, and the wrong influence she's spreading in society with her problematic content. Who in this realistic world of realistic content and influencers being as normal and relevant as possible skips all the meals for 9 days? Well, Nevada does.
Before this day, I didn't eat like 9 days.
Can you tell us why?
Now, this video of hers is more toxic than her friends. By friends, I mean, well, we'll come to that later. But anyone could burst into laughter by watching this video. So yes, she did not eat for 9 days straight. The reason being asked, she says, just stress, I'm nervous. I mean, sitting at a random place with a weird backdrop and talking in a lower voice isn't making you sound serious, girl. Get over it and stop acting. Ever wondered how she could survive without a bite of food? She drank Red Bull. Yeah, she just consumed Red Bull all day. People going gaga about her? Guys, this is toxic. Wake up. In one of her other videos, she says she's addicted to Red Bull, and that's the first thing she consumes at the start of the day.
Hi. Cheers. I'm obsessed with Red Bull, and I don't understand why. For me, it's like addiction. Every morning I drink Red Bull, like small size, but I can live without it. So
yeah, that's not a very good habit. Influencing by being real is one thing, but influencing wrong by being addicted and sharing that as part of your routine? No, girl, not so influential. In one of her YouTube videos, she had shared the repercussions of her idiotic diet plans and how it made her suffer through insomnia. She was hospitalized and couldn't digest the diet suggested by the doctors.
in middle school, I was chubby, and my classmates and so-called friends bullied me for my excess weight. I struggled a lot. And at that moment, I decided to put an end to it all. I started trying out all the diets I could find on the internet, which caused a lot of health problems. I paid no attention to them and decided to stop eating altogether. It all seems quite harmless at the start, till I began fainting, throwing up, suffering from insomnia. The outcome, I was taken to a hospital. I spent a long time there on an IV drip. I was prescribed a bunch of pills and special diet, but I couldn't get over it and live a normal life.
In the era of body positivity, promoting the zero figure and body shaming in an indirect way is shameful. Here's a video of her transformation where she asks, "Who all is with me in this?" No one, girl. Just sit and rethink what you're doing on a social platform.
15 pounds. Someone told me that I need to take it. Taking another pills. I would eat it in the morning. I love it. And I'm eating a lot of this soup. I don't want to be fat.
A girl who promotes having bottles of vitamins for breakfast and then not eating for days is crazy. And her fans are crazy about it. Guys, it's time to have a parents meetup. Let's get y'all out of it. Let's not just shoot Nevada, but there are other influencers too who are spreading wrong judgments about physique. For example, Liv Schmidt. Here's an expanded version of your paragraph with added scientific information. According to her bio, it's not a sin to want to be thin, saving America from obesity one person at a time. She aggressively promotes eating less and striving for thinness, claiming she wants to turn America thin and skinny. But where are these influencers really taking and guiding the younger generation? In a world where many people are already struggling with body image issues, trying to accept themselves as they are, these influencers are providing harmful guidance. The journey towards self-love is one of the hardest emotional battles many people face, and pushing unrealistic standards of thinness only complicates this process. Scientific studies have shown that promoting extreme weight loss and unhealthy body ideals can lead to long-term physical and psychological harm, including eating disorders like anorexia nervosa and bulimia. The obsession with being thin can result in increased anxiety, depression, and lower self-esteem. Judging body types and constantly endorsing skinny as the ideal can further isolate those that don't meet this narrow standard, making them feel ashamed of their natural bodies. This kind of harmful messaging does nothing but perpetuate a culture of body dissatisfaction and self-loathing. We must shift the conversation to embrace diversity in body types and encourage individuals to prioritize their health, both mentally and physically, over unattainable ideals. Let's check the recent post of Liv. This post says, "A skinny mindset with food be like, why? Why can't people just eat healthy? Why do people strictly need to be thin and skinny?" Just posting was not enough, so Madam has opened the Skinny Society, which only has a private access to it. The same country with legends like Adele, who's rocking the stage with her outstanding voice and skills, and Michelle Obama, who's thriving to bring good to the society. These influencers like Liv and Nevada are struggling to turn society thinner and nothing else. Well, both the mentioned legends are very much beyond the typical body standards of society. On the other hand, there are influencers who are trying to spread body positivity with all their heart and utter generosity. Stephanie Yobo is an influencer who writes about body image and travel. Here is a post dedicated to body positivity by her. In the caption, she says, "I promise you, it's okay to exist in a bigger body and not have an exaggerated hourglass shape. Irrespective of what the media, the body positivity movement, or what the communities with which you identify try and tell you, at the same stage, we need to unshackle ourselves from the obsession with having a snatched waist and wider hips. It's an unattainable standard of beauty that relies mostly on genetics and does not determine your worth, your sexuality, your sensuality, or your femininity. One of the worst things the body positivity movement ever did was to promote the hourglass, fat, chubby shape as the typical, acceptable fat standard, thus creating a standard of beauty within the movement that a lot of women and non-binary people, who initially were looking for a safe space, then felt they had to replicate in order to feel seen. Never forget that all body shapes are deserving and worthy of representation, care, and humanity. How beautifully she's explained how beauty comes in all shapes and sizes. This is the influence our society needs. So, let's get back to Nevada and her friends. This is her group of friends. Now, does it all make sense? The whole gang is a little crackhead. Most of the time, it seems like these people join her in her content for the sake of fame. Let's check her other influencer friends with whom she collaborates on the social media platforms. This is her recent reel on Instagram with her friends, Anna Malignon.
Hi British Vogue, I'm Charlie XCX and this is what's in my bag.
Now Anna is an OnlyFans creator. Okay, let's give it to her Instagram as it is very beautiful and her face doesn't look that unnatural. But wait, she is promoting her OnlyFans content directly with zero hesitation on her Instagram? This is nothing but shameless of her. Now let's come to Jenna, the other one in this reel. This is her Instagram account. She too is beautiful and doesn't have any sexual content on her Instagram. But look at this page linked to her Instagram info that has adult content, sex education, and the wrong influence of such pages on the young minds. The internet is the most accessible medium for the younger generation to seek education, information, and entertainment. But when influencers, who are the most followed people on the social media platforms nowadays, hold an invisible responsibility of guiding and carving this generation, I mean, if you can't shape them, at least don't misguide them where they're nothing left in the shape of an amoeba. Confused and hopeless. Sex is the most attractive topic for teenagers. The hormonal rush and the dopamine hit is what they always look for. It's the age and everyone goes through it. But this is the time when you, as an influencer, guide them through serious things in a fun way, keeping the internet as a medium. Sex education is something that should be carefully handled by the adults and passed on to the younger generation. But Nevada and her friends choose to influence people by the channels of OnlyFans and other such pages. There are many articles proving how sites like OnlyFans are misguiding people. Here's an article which shows the repercussions of using such sites. In this article, a lady who was going through chemotherapy faced bankruptcy as her husband was addicted to OnlyFans and spent all their money in getting the subscription for OnlyFans. She also says, not only was it shocking, she said, it was devastating. There are hundreds and thousands of podcasts and documentaries educating society about sex. But Nevada and her group of friends are shamelessly promoting such content on their social media. And that thing is more than harmful. It's not about judging people who are doing such practices. It's more harmful for them than it is for their fans and audiences. The beauty fades, but the wrong influence stays. While a lot of people in very well-known channels are making documentaries on sex workers, their life is miserable by the end of the day. Studies say they go through extreme mental issues, leading to anxiety, panic attacks, and even depression. The effects on mental health are severe, with high rates of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, among those who sell sex, exacerbated by social stigma, discrimination, physical violence, and mistreatment by the authorities. Sure, they make a huge amount of money and get ample followers, but this is moralless, and this shouldn't be the way to influence the upcoming generations. There are stand-up comedians like Hassan Minhaj who are subtly spreading awareness in the society with the source of humor and entertainment. Here's a part of a video of Hassan's take on racism.
Here's a dirty little secret. White people, you're not even the best at racism. They had a lot of hits. They had some bangers, right? Slavery, Jim Crow, just classics. But some new teams have emerged to compete for the title. See, now this is important. Now fact check me here. See, when white people are racist, they're racist against people that don't look like them. Which is wrong. But it kind of makes sense. Asian people? We hate people who look exactly fucking like us. Look at us, right? Hindustanis, Indians, who do we on? Pakistanis, right? Pakistanis, right? You on Bengalis, you on Sri Lankans on Nepalese people. That's just the hairy Asians. Let's talk about the hairless Asians, shall we? They're here, let's talk about it. Hey, let's air it out. Let's say what we can't say at the DEI meeting. Let's just get it out, right? Like Chinese people, yes. You shit on Koreans, right? Koreans shit on Japanese people shit back on Koreans. Both of those people shit on Chinese people. Meanwhile, Taiwan and Tibet, they're like, hey, hello. And China's like, shut the fuck up.
How beautiful is he trying to explain things in a subtle way to the touch of humor? And another video of him explaining about alpha males and how toxic it is.
I'm part of a generation of men that don't read, but listen to podcasts. Terrifying. All my homies out here texting me alpha male memes. Just hard times make hard men. Hard men make good times. Good times make soft men. A society will never value its men until the wolves are at the door. I'm like, Sanjay, you're a software engineer. Shut the fuck up. Why are you texting me like you're Julius Caesar? Whatever, bro. Mamba mentality. Sanjay, you blew your knee out playing pickleball, and you're quoting Kobe Bryant. If Kobe knew you were quoting him, he would put you in a helicopter and crash that himself.
Being in a wrong influence and a group of people with the wrong mindset is just going to rupture your personality and not build it. Her group of friends, including Thomas, who is there just for the sake of growing his social media presence, Amelia is too bold but immature for her age. Jenna has another link to her page where she promotes the sex videos of hers attached to her Instagram. Anna, who is officially a member of OnlyFans community and is badly exposing herself for the sake of fame and views and more. And all of them are nothing but a group of people with wrong mindset and bad thought processes. Nobody has a solid chance in front of the media and in the field. No one talks about real stuff, and all of them just care about the views. Remember when Tumblr had their own time back then? They promoted unnecessary things and had quite a bad effect on society. Skip dinner, wake up thinner was insane and had demolished the healthy lives of many back then. Back in the 90s, an American television sitcom called Friends had no black character throughout the series. But when pointed out, they introduced a black side character for a while in the series. Coming back to our toxic queen Nevada, another video of body shaming on her channel.
Sorry, I'm not into short guys.
But this is the age of smart people with an open mindset, holding much more freedom and ability to bring good into the world. let us not let the crappy group of people like Nevada and her friends ruin it for us as a society. An influencer's job is highly creative and needs consistency and relevance. So influencers, or anyone for that matter, who are objectifying themselves are not going to last forever. There will come a time when your bodies are going to loosen up, get wrinkles, scratches, and you'll be officially called old. Being young by mind and spirit is a whole different concept, which helps in maintaining both the physical and mental energy. But if you're doing a job like posting on sites like OnlyFans or even Pornhubs, you're not going to last long. Not even as much as any other not-so-famous influencer. The impact surely will be high, but temporary. Well, you're not just going to ruin your audience's mental health, but your own mental and physical health. There are issues like fear of missing out, FOMO, already rising in society. People feel like they're living their lives, but are always unsatisfied with whatever they have and wherever they are. They compare their lives with the other people, and then of course, the grass seems greener on the other side. There are rising numbers when it comes to anxiety, too. People have become extremely anxious and are always in search of validation for any little thing they do. Influencers most of the time are very lonely inside while they're running blindly behind the views. But let's come down to the hard facts. Bodies are going to vanish, legacy is going to stay if you're really influencing people. Coming back to the friend group, yes, everybody is similarly toxic in their own way. But when it comes to Sophie, she is the youngest in the group and must be around 17 years old. But looks like she is way more mature. Looking at her YouTube content and other content on Instagram and other social media platforms, Sophie is way beyond and ahead of all the others in the group. Her personality is very much relevant for most people, and she has quite a loyal fan base. Whatever she talks about is super sensible and entertaining compared to the other group members, including Nevada. Let's dive into her YouTube and see how it's sensible and relevant for many. Here's a video of her saying, "We visited the place with 0 reviews." This basically shows she doesn't just follow the famous attractions, but uses her social media to promote the non-famous places. Let's talk about another video of her which says, "I turned into Princess Amelia." This shows her honesty toward her own content and her fans. Yes, she copied another personality, but she isn't hiding it. She is instead honoring it and embracing it. Also, she caring about Amelia is very evident on the internet, and her fans love that. Let's take a look at this short example. It's such a simple YouTube short, which showcases how tired and low one can feel sometimes. It's so relevant and natural, with no extra drama and toxic and fake acting with faded mascara and crocodile tears. This content has pretty good views, and is appreciated by her fans for being super relevant. It literally says, not feeling like yourself and not being able to showcase your skills or being hit by the low phase in life happens to everyone, and nobody is special or unlucky to be at that place. There are many people who have made genuine appreciation videos on Sophie's life too, and this is one of them.
Sophie Manassian is in a weird spot right now. She's young, talented, and actually hardworking, which is rare in today's influencer world. She's been dancing since she was 2 years old, moved to Los Angeles in 2015, and has spent years grinding to build a name for herself. She's massive. Over 2.2 million followers on Instagram, 7.5 million subscribers on YouTube, and 1.1 million followers on TikTok. Originally from Kazakhstan, Sophie moved to LA to pursue a full-time career in dance. From an early age, it was clear she was born to perform. She first stepped on stage at just 2 years old. Since then, she's honed her skills in both dancing and content creation.
But let's get to the fact that she really isn't in good company. Being so mature at that age, but being around weird and problematic people like Nevada, Thomas, and even Amelia is going to take her image down one day. People are slowly going to question her. This also might be the way of her just collaborating with these people for the sake of online growth on the internet, though. Taking that as a possibility, we can just wish for her to stay relevant and natural for the rest of her career on the internet. Let's take a look at the recent content on her YouTube. Here it says, "Stalker broke into my car," where the thumbnail contains just the best and worst makeup you could see. Here, we're with her till she calls her stalker crazy. Of course, stalking is a crime, and there are many people suffering through this problem. I mean, stalking a person and invading their privacy, following them physically, keeping a watch on them all the time, and even stalking online is nothing but a crime, and it's disturbing. The law says, felony stalking is punishable by up to 5 years in state prison. Stalking offenders with certain felony domestic violence or criminal threats convictions are subject to up to 10 years in state prison. So this stalker of Nevada stalked her car everywhere and broke into her car, grabbed all her important documents and ran away. And now she has no car anymore. So at the start of the video, you'll watch her all cheerful and humorous about a stalker breaking the window of her car. I mean, girl, that's something to be taken seriously. And not going, oh damn, someone broke into my car, let's make content out of it. But yeah, it is Nevada after all. She made a video out of it. Her friends were all chill and this situation was all fun and games. But why does the video start with, I'm scared of a stalker, where she is literally crying on the camera? Was it even the real tears? Doubtful. Whatever, but the makeup was on point, or all her mascara was flowing down. All of this cinema was nothing else than fake feminism. There are lots of other women who are fighting for their rights and are struggling to get freedom to get education. Freedom of speech, freedom to wear what they want, freedom to perceive their passion and turn it into their career. There are girls in the small towns and villages who are struggling with stepping out of their homes. There are girls who are unable to understand what the menstrual cycle is. They're unaware of the sanitary napkins, personal hygiene, and other basic necessities. There are women struggling for pay parity. There are women struggling through domestic violence and much more. Well, influencers like Nevada, who come from a decent background and are living their standard lives in the metropolitan cities of the developed countries, are expected to, if not contribute in the upliftment of uneducated girls and stand with the feminist women who are putting out their blood and sweat. All they choose to do is give a shout out to fake feminism and mold its definition according to their own convenience. Nevada, crying in a video and saying she wants to walk free on the roads and she doesn't want to be chased by a random stalker, is something sensible, but it isn't authentic if you don't stick to your statement. You can't cry and make fun of this situation in the same video. Doing things just for the sake of getting more views is going to drain their careers at some point in time. After all of this insensible and terrible way of handling a situation, she literally made a video where she is going on a date with her stalker. Who in this world first cries and then blames and then goes on a date with a stalker? And the fans going gaga about it in her comment box? Guys, it's time to grow up, right? Being an influencer, first showing the stalker situation like it's all fun and games, and then straight up going on a date with him is nuts. Well, she didn't stop there. She made another video saying she fell in love with the stalker. Like, give me some time to breathe and inhale your insanity, lady. Stop. Take a break, go on some spiritual vacation, and come back with all your brain cells at place. Well, let's dive into the comments section of these videos, which involves her stalker. These are the comments saying, I would be so creeped out if that happened to me. Or, Nevada, you are not in love, you are in danger. And, you are so dumb, Nevada. These are the people who are being all sensible in the comments section down her content. Now let's talk about the music video Nevada had launched on her YouTube channel about a year ago. It's called Want Me Back. And the lyrics say, you want me dropping everything to take you back. You want me missing all the things you said we had. So when it comes to this particular song, let's not judge it because it has turned out to be really good. Appreciated. Claps. The voice, the look, the lyrics are all to the point and kind of relevant to the wider audience. And not only her fans, but a large audience went gaga about the song. It crossed around 771,000 views and lots of good comments in the comments section on YouTube. It was appreciated on Instagram too. Now let's go back to the stalker video on her YouTube. One of the first few lines she said at the start of the video was, if you would want me to choose to go on a date with an ex of mine or a stalker, I would always choose a stalker. Now girl, could you take your time and decide what exactly you want from life? You're making a whole damn song about missing your ex, and then you're crossing out your own statement, going on a date with a stalker, which always isn't a right way of influencing people. So here we can see her personality keeps on changing. And the graph keeps on moving in a weird direction. A person who has 1,000 different shades of different colors, that too on social media platforms, how can our generation find it relevant and real? Real talent who are having firm opinions and are not appreciated enough for what they're thriving to showcase in front of society. There are a lot of travel, food, science, music, and other influencers in the USA, and we choose to watch the content of the influencers like Nevada, Anna, and Jenna. This isn't just the judgmental view towards Nevada, but we need to check what the content choices are, especially the current generation with access to an ample amount of content. Nowadays, the sky's the limit for the content you get to watch on every social platform out there. There are people posting crap on their pages and posting it with utter consistency. People are going to live all naked. Is that what we call art? Art is supposed to be pure and unique and something that influences society towards the extreme delusions and realities of the world. It isn't just crap posting. The current generation is having a platter overloaded with all kinds of content, all handy. So the confusion is understandable. We take an hour to decide what to watch on Netflix since there are an immense amount of choices there. But after gauging all good and bad, right and wrong, let's all be sensible about our choices, as it's going to shape our way of thinking and our way of making decisions in our lives. Honestly, influencers like Nevada don't care what influence they're leaving back on you guys. They don't care if it's pushing out content with no realism on the internet. They don't find themselves accountable for the effects they're spreading in society. But one thing they care about a lot, even more than their character, any guesses? The views. Yes, all they care about is the views. You watch their content, you rewatch it, they get the views, and they get y'all to subscribe to their channel, and they get you all to follow them. And of course, they get paid out of all this chaos. They get paid and they keep getting richer with zero contribution to the betterment, but all destruction. So the audience is supporting them by building bigger houses, getting them their brand new Mercedes, getting them to go on expensive vacations and whatnot. But are these influencers supporting you back? They're having their chilled beer on the luxurious villa at the beach in a new country every new month, all at the cost of your bad mental health and ruining your personality. Well, that video of hers, which involves the stalker, has about 400,000 views. That will hardly make her around $500. She is ruining the audience's mental health, and at the top of everything, her own mental health and character at the cost of $500. That's even more insane. I mean, what is your profit out of it? You, Nevada, unlike the other idiot influencers and crap content, are not even earning well out of your content. I worry about her own mental health now. Here's a video of her saying, "We are all going to get a real job," and her friends go nuts.
TikTok get banned, and you know what that means? We need to find a real job. So today me and my influencer friends are splitting into 3 teams and working real 9-to-5 jobs and trying to see who's gonna make the most amount of money.
Because a real job is tough and needs a bit of your brain, maybe? So let's come to Nevada's personality. If it's not real, at least it should be original. But all she does is try to copy the other famous influencers and actors. Everybody tries to imitate famous celebrities and look at them as their role models. But just copying and pasting other people's style and posting it on your own Instagram and other social media platforms doesn't make you famous. You can copy the style, but you can't bring out the same vibe, and you can't carry this similar aura. Who exactly does she try to copy? Here on this Reddit post, a person says she's trying to copy Nessa Barrett, and the team is trying to mold her into Nessa. To give you the examples through pictures, here they are. Look at the makeup, the colors, the poses and the mirror selfies, everything is copied. Even the style of photographs is the same. Here's another photo comparison of her with Nessa. Look at the red color hair, the black and white color theme, the dressing style, the loose braids, and how she didn't even hesitate to wear a similar cap. I don't understand. I mean, at least give Nessa credit below your pictures. This comparison between Nevada and Nessa shows a clear pattern, where Nevada seems to be copying Nessa's style and image, something that has sparked backlash from Nessa's fans. It's not just about the aesthetic, it's about authenticity. Influencers like Nessa work incredibly hard to establish their own unique brand, and when someone else mimics that, it can feel disrespectful. Nessa has built her career from the ground up through her authenticity, hard work, and dedication. She became known for her engaging content, distinctive fashion sense, and connection with her followers. As an influencer, Nessa has carved a niche by staying true to her individuality, and fans appreciate the genuine persona she presents. Copying someone else's style not only lacks creativity, but also undermines the efforts that influencers like Nessa put into creating a career based on their own identity. By mimicking her, Nevada takes away from the originality that influencers like Nessa have spent years cultivating. It's essential to recognize the hard work behind a personal brand, and this is what truly sets influencers apart from one another. Again, the haircut, the top, hair color, and even the angle of taking a picture is all the same. Just the same. And another picture comparison of these two. Let's just get over it because she ain't gonna stop. The whole point here is being inspired by someone's personality, their style of pictures, hair, makeup, is completely justified unless you aggressively just copy-paste all of that and share on your social media platform just to be famous. Influencers are respected for their originality. They're the ones bringing change in today's world. But if you start copying other influencers, there's no space for realism, and thus the career won't last long. Because there are a lot of others who are trying to copy. But then those including you are no real influencers. People cherish authenticity. Not just from the influencers, but also from other artists like actors, musicians, singers, painters, writers, animators, and everyone else. People cherish authentic writing over the copy and pasted ChatGPT content. Actors who act to express but not impress the audience with just their glamour are rewarded. Singers who refuse to always use the auto-tune and rock the floor with their original voice are rewarded. The Studio Ghibli has a loyal fan base, unlike the AI-generated Ghibli photos that are going viral these days. People want relevancy, as they're mature enough to understand the difference between a real and a delusional world. In this chaos, there are influencers who struggle to put up authentic and original content on the social media platforms with high consistency. Mr. Beast, James Stephen Donaldson, for example, is the most loved YouTuber and influencer, not just in the States, but all over the world. Kids follow his work, his content, and there are a lot of younger minds trying to think and execute content like him. He is a true inspiration for many. Then there is another adventure influencer called Itchy Boots. She's a girl who travels alone all over the world on her motorcycle. She gives the most unique experiences for her audiences. It's the growing channel all in all. Asia Barber, one of the most cherished fashion influencers in the world, who not only executes unique fashion, but takes care of sustainability too. Another amazing and one of the youngest, but one of the most inspirational influencers is Jenny Hoyos, and this is her content. This girl just plays around the shorts and studies them with utter depth. Let's dive into another post on the Reddit. Here's the expanded version of your paragraph with added context and elaboration. Nevada and her group were recently spotted taking a selfie in front of raging fires, and the audience went absolutely mad. People flooded the comments section with outrage, with one comment reading, "This is disgusting." The backlash was swift and intense, but the most poignant reaction came from a deeply hurt viewer who shared their personal experience. They wrote, "Okay, so I'm from New Orleans. I've had a lot of dumb little TikTokers rolling around the French Quarter where we had a terrorist attack, making videos and gawking at the site where we had a freaking terrorist attack. They harassed and complained when the quarter was closed after the said terrorist attack. And when it did open, they complained because we were too sad and bumming them out. So believe me when I say NOLA sends their love and support to LA, one LA to another LOL. Empathy is a lost art. It's very sad." This comment emphasizes how individuals like Nevada and her group often lack empathy and sensitivity towards others who are dealing with real trauma. Another comment went even further, expressing deep frustration with the influencer culture. "I don't want anyone to get hurt, but these are the types who should be getting burned. People messing around and playing in the fires, and those lighting the fires deserve to be burned instead of the innocent people who physically couldn't leave." While extreme, this comment highlights the anger people feel when influencers seemingly use tragedy or danger as a backdrop for their own gain, ignoring the real human suffering that is unfolding. Influencers like Nevada, who prioritize creating content over showing empathy for those affected by disasters, are at risk of alienating their audience. These incidents underline how empathy is an essential quality that should be embedded in every influencer's approach, as it reflects not only their character, but also the values they promote to their followers. In a world where viral content often takes precedence over genuine connection, it's crucial for influencers to remember the responsibility they hold in shaping perceptions and behaviors. Looking at the comments, it seems like the audience is really hurt by her taking a selfie in front of the fire. It's harsh, and we don't expect the influencers to make fun of serious situations like these. Now let's dive into Nevada's relationship with her dad.
Okay, I'm from Ukraine, from Odessa, the most beautiful place. I spent all my childhood at this city with my family and my friends. I was 15. My dad told me that I can't do anything. I need to go to school, come back home, do my homework, no friends, no activities, no hobbies, nothing. I tried to hide from him that I'm hanging out with friends. When I told him like, oh dad, I'm sorry, I'm going to like my class or something, like English class or whatever, and I went to hang with my friends, or like I went to go work when I was 15. I was dance teacher. Okay, for example, I missed a lot of school classes. For example, when my dad dropped me near school at 8 a.m. and he went back around 4 p.m. to pick me up. All this time I was not at school, I was in a dance studio and work because I needed money to buy stuff for content. And when he noticed, and he's like, no, you're a girl, you can't go, you can't, like, hip-hop is not for girls. Like, bro, what are you talking? And I started hide it too, and then I decided to try to like make a dance video for my social media. So it was like basically all trends, it was dances, you know, and I tried to film like dance video. I really like it. I really like this time. Oh my god. And I hid it for the whole time. I hid it because my dad was my hater, the biggest hater. He's like, oh my god, no, you can't do social media. What are you trying to do? Like, what? Just go to school. Basically, I just was at home the whole time, and the only one thing what I tried to do is dancing.
What was like the first video that you had go viral?
Oh, it was really weird video. Like, basically, it was a lip sync for the really weird song. It was Russian song.
Okay.
I look like a drug addiction girl. And I posted, but I don't wanted to post it. I was like, just for fun. And I had no idea why my eyes looked so red in that video. And I was like, I posted, I was like, I'll delete it in a couple minutes, and then I forget about it, and when I just woke up, I see like 100,000 views.
Oh my god.
This is her video about her relationship with her father. Here she says her father never allowed her to have friends, did not allow her to participate in the extracurricular activities, or even didn't pay for her dance classes. He never let her follow her dreams or even make content. That was the disturbing point for her. So this is how bad parenting results. Kids are like wet clay, always ready to be molded into whatever form, size, and shape. They're like tiny plants that, when watered well, grow into lush green trees. Studies say if the kid is grown in an overly strict environment with a forceful behavior towards them, with a lot of restrictions, they grow up to be a rebel. Their behavior can be more and more toxic day by day. When mixed in the group of people with the wrong mindset, they tend to pick up all the wrong habits at light speed. The conclusion out of this is people should unfollow such influencers like Nevada who are fake, spreading unreal and delusional impossibilities and ruining the minds of society. They should be unsubscribed to avoid toxicity. In today's fast-paced world where nobody has enough time to breathe, eat, exercise, and even rest, they should not choose to follow such influencers. There is toxicity everywhere, at the workplace, with the clients, finance, banks, and even in the relationships. So we as an audience who are in search of positivity and a ray of hope in this busy world turn more anxious and experience FOMO by the end of the day. The internet is vast, sky's the limit, but choosing the content that is best for your own mental and physical health is in your hands. You first subscribe to their channel for free and later pay the heavy fees to the therapists. Better take the precaution than later cure it. Millions of people follow Nevada. She skips her meals for 9 days straight. She acts insensible to the most serious situations. She is extremely unaccountable when it comes to finances. Her friend group is problematic. Her family isn't very well bonded with her. She's all against body positivity, and overall, she is one problematic creator on the land of the internet. As a sensible audience, our responsibility is to follow the right influence and avoid being manipulated. Let's step out of the delusional world and collaborate as an audience for a better society with authentic and outstanding entertainment. TikTok is such a weird place. One minute you're scrolling through cooking videos, and the next, you're watching someone cosplay a literal jar of mayonnaise. Since 2020, this app has been handing out fame like free samples at Costco. And let's be real, not everyone who gets a platform deserves one. Now, some TikTokers actually work for their following. They dance, they make jokes, they have some kind of talent. And then there's people like Caroline Carr. So who is Caroline Carr, and why does everyone on your For You page suddenly have an opinion about her? Well, if you've been online in the last few years, you might recognize her as that one girl who played Vanellope from Wreck-It Ralph. And yeah, I'll give her credit. She did look like Vanellope. But let's not act like that alone is enough to build a current following of over 9 million. But Caroline? Oh, she knew how to play the TikTok game. She hopped on every trend imaginable. Back in 2021, TikTok was going through a very specific phase. If you were on the app, you remember. Everyone was obsessed with cottagecore, strawberry cows, mushrooms, and for some reason, frogs. People were decorating their rooms with little frog trinkets, drawing frogs, wearing frog print outfits, you name it. Caroline, being the social media strategist that she is, saw the trend and decided to jump in on it. Literally, she went out and got 2 pet frogs. At first it worked. People loved her frog videos. She'd hold them, play with them, and feature them in her content all the time. And just like that, her videos started blowing up. People couldn't help but love her cute, strange aesthetic. It was all fun and games until they realized she might not be the best frog mom. And that's when the internet flipped. Because if there's one thing that really started getting people riled up about Caroline Carr, it wasn't just her cosplay, her music, or her questionable attitude. It all started with the frogs. See, amphibians aren't like your average pet. You can't just pick them up like a dog or a cat and carry them around all day. Their skin is extremely sensitive. It absorbs moisture, oxygen, and every single thing it comes into contact with. And guess what human hands are covered in? Dirt, oil, bacteria. Not the best combo for a tiny, fragile creature that breathes through its skin.
Hey you, it's me Caroline, and today we're going to talk about my little frog babies. They're both boys, and this one's name's Owen, and that's Atlas over there. I constantly ask how I tell them apart. Owen's darker with a missing thumb.
So when Caroline kept posting videos of herself handling her frogs barehanded, no gloves, no moisture, nothing, people started calling her out.
Alright, so we need to talk about this because this video goes on to talk about how she thinks that it's okay to handle White's tree frogs without gloves, and she provides some very bad Google citations as her sources, which are not accurate. The one thing I want to point out here that's really concerning, that frog did not just pee. A frog has a water reserve, and when a predator grabs them, they use that water reserve to squirt that out.
Commenters were flooding her posts like, hey, let's not normalize handling frogs like this. But instead of taking the L, Caroline did what any social media influencer would do. She defended herself. She claimed that her specific frogs, Australian White's tree frogs, also known as dumpy tree frogs, were totally fine to be handled with bare hands, as long as they were clean. And to be fair, she wasn't completely wrong. White's tree frogs are one of the few species that can tolerate occasional handling more than other frogs. But here's the catch. Occasional doesn't mean every single day for content, and it definitely doesn't mean placing them on caps, makeup, or clothes covered in who knows what.
Absolutely rejected it. You got dirt in your eye, dude. You need to fix that. But like, honestly,
You poor sweet thing. You don't have a thought behind those eyes, do you? Sweet boy.
And you got me begging, baby, please don't go. And if you wake up tomorrow, will you still take it?
But Caroline wasn't done doubling down. She deleted a ton of her old videos where she handled them without gloves, almost like she was trying to erase the evidence. But the internet never forgets. Screenshots, re-uploads, and call-out posts were already circulating. And if that wasn't enough, people also pointed out that she admitted to only taking the frogs out for videos, which kind of makes it sound like they were props rather than pets. Her response? People use animals in videos all the time. What about reptiles? What about cats and dogs?
I don't even hold my frogs for more than 20 minutes a week, okay? People say I use my frogs as props.
So what I'm hearing is that you only get them out for videos. So I think it'd be pretty valid to say that they are props to you. They are a living creature.
People trying to cancel somebody for just having a frog and using them in videos. People do it with all the other kinds of reptiles and all kinds of other dogs and cats.
I'm just gonna bring this back up where it says all amphibians. Amphibian? Also at the end there, did you just compare a frog?
Which, okay, first of all, comparing a frog to a cat is insane. A cat isn't going to die if you touch it without gloves. A cat wants attention. A frog wants to be left alone in its moist little habitat. At this point, the controversy had split the internet into two camps. One, the Leave Her Alone squad. These were the fans who believed Caroline was being unfairly attacked. After all, there were some sources that said her frogs were safe to handle. Plus, weren't people being a little too dramatic about it? It's not like she was hurting them, right? Two, the She's an Animal army. These were the people who were not buying Caroline's excuses. They felt like she was using the frogs for clout, not taking care of them properly, and refusing to listen to valid criticism. And honestly, Caroline did not do herself any favors with how she handled, no pun intended, the backlash. Instead of calmly addressing concerns or making any real effort to show she was treating her frogs properly, she got defensive. She brushed off criticism, made snarky comments, and kept making content like nothing happened. The group of people supporting Caroline even found it hard to support her, because exempt from handling the frogs without a glove, she was also mishandling them.
You must be strong inside, can be darling.
And every time it rains, and it's from heaven. Shooby-dooby.
If you scroll through her content, it's not hard to find her treating the frog more like a party trick than an actual living creature. People have been saying this for months now, that she basically uses it as a prop, a living, breathing, cold-blooded prop. It's do the funny thing for the camera energy, but with zero understanding or respect for the animal's well-being.
Look at this distinguished gentleman. Look at the way he is sitting. Yes, very distinguished. I see.
And look, some people might say it's a harmless joke, that it's just a frog, chill. But no, actually, because here's the thing. Amphibians are extremely sensitive creatures. They get stressed easily. Loud noises, sudden movements, being passed around or constantly handled, it's not cute, it's literally traumatic for them. And what makes this even worse is that Caroline's entire audience is young. We're talking middle schoolers and high schoolers who think aesthetic pet ownership is a personality trait now. So when they see Caroline tossing her frog into a video like it's a plushie from Hot Topic, they don't think, oh, maybe this is unethical. They think, oh, I need a frog too so I can make it wear a hat and hold it up to my phone camera while I lip sync to Melanie Martinez. This isn't just cringe, it's irresponsible. A bunch of people have pointed this out already. Animal content, especially involving exotic pets, should be handled with care. There are entire communities of ethical animal influencers who show you what responsible pet care actually looks like. Meanwhile, Caroline's frog is being dragged into TikTok like it's an unpaid intern in her cloud campaign. No consideration for habitat needs, stress levels, or even whether it wants to be there. And again, it's not just about her. It's about the domino effect this kind of content creates. Because when your platform is that big, and yes, let's be real, Caroline is a massive platform, you don't just have a following, you have an influence. Whether she likes it or not, people are going to mimic what she does, especially the younger crowd. And if what you're promoting is essentially buy a pet so it can be your next TikTok bit, then yeah, we've got a problem. Some users have put it best. Caroline treats the frog like it's a beanie baby with legs. It's always out, always being held, doing the funny thing for the internet, while nobody's thinking about how it feels. And the worst part, she knows she has critics on this. She knows people are talking about the way she uses her frog. And instead of reflecting, maybe talking to an expert, or even just addressing it with a bit of humility, it's radio silence. Let's be very real. If you're going to put an animal in your content, you better know what you're doing, because your audience is watching. They're learning from you. And when you treat living creatures like they're just one more aesthetic choice, it trickles down. And look, maybe Caroline didn't mean for it to become a problem. Maybe she thought it was harmless and funny. But intent doesn't erase impact. And when that impact is a generation of young people thinking pets are just accessories that go with their outfits, we've got a bigger issue on our hands. Now hold up, I'm no animal expert, so what do you guys think about the whole frog situation? Do you think Caroline was actually wrong for how she handled her supposed pets? Or is it just the internet being the internet? Feel free to leave a comment in the comments section. Now, it's almost as if Caroline is a magnet for controversy, because it seems she's not catching a break anytime soon. Coming off from her whole pet debacle, she found herself in another controversial radioactive wasteland involving a cosplay video, which people found completely inappropriate. And yes, I know the words cosplay and controversy should never have to go in the same sentence, but here we are.
Guys, this is like low-key 10 times cuter anyways. I'm impressed with myself. Yeah! I can be y'all's wig dressers though, because like...
She go, ah. She go, ah. Do you want to be in the video? Kitty? Kitty want to be in the video. This is my kitty. Mwah.
So let's talk about what really went down. Caroline decided to cosplay a character from My Hero Academia. And if you're even vaguely online, you already know the landmines this anime comes with. We're not going to drag the entire MHA fandom today, because that would be a whole different video. But let's just say this. Cosplaying a 16-year-old anime character in a civilized way is not going to go down quietly. And it didn't. The character she dressed up as is canonically a teenager known as Mina Ishido, not ambiguously young, not anime logic where everyone's 500 years old in a school uniform. We're talking straight up textbook 16-year-old. So when Caroline got on TikTok in full cosplay and started dancing to lyrics with blatantly adult suggestive themes, people noticed. And no, not in a wow, queen slay kind of way, in a what the hell are we watching kind of way. Because let's be honest, when a grown adult cosplays a child and tries to make it sexy, that's not edgy, that's not bold, that's not reclaiming anything. That's just straight up weird. It sends a very, very clear, unsettling message, especially when that performance is uploaded to an app where your fanbase is largely younger than you. What message does that send to them? But somehow, instead of taking the L and maybe addressing the backlash with maturity, Caroline's defenders came rushing in with the worst possible takes. Stuff like, well, actually, that character is sexualized in anime too, so it's fine. Excuse me, you realize you just made the exact point critics are trying to highlight, right? If the source material already has a problem with sexualizing minors, then maybe the answer isn't to double down on it. Maybe it's to, oh, I don't know, not participate in perpetuating that issue. And here's where things get really uncomfortable. This isn't just a Caroline problem. It ties into a much broader cultural issue around how anime, and yes, the fandoms too, can normalize the hypersexualization of young female characters. That's the kind of thing that bleeds into real life. It affects how people perceive young girls, how young girls perceive themselves, and how easily lines between fictional and real get blurred when the content becomes performative. And for someone like Caroline, who has a massive platform and a very impressionable audience, this is where things get dangerous. Because now you're not just cosplaying for fun, you're teaching thousands of fans, many of whom are still figuring themselves out, that dressing up like a teenager and lip-syncing to adult lyrics is hot? Empowering? Normal? No. Just no. And to make it even messier, let's zoom out a bit. Because Caroline didn't just ruffle feathers in anime space. She managed to upset the cosplay community too. People who pour their time, money, and effort into making this a creative, supportive space. Because, surprise, not everyone in cosplay is trying to be edgy or scandalous. Most people just want to recreate a character they love. But now, thanks to people like Caroline, yet another stereotype is getting reinforced. That cosplayers are just a bunch of creeps in wigs, pushing boundaries and dressing inappropriately. Spoiler alert, they're not. In fact, it's usually the cosplay community itself that calls this behavior out. Because the truth is, the vast majority of cosplayers take issue with this kind of portrayal. And rightly so. It undermines the entire point of the art form. It turns cosplay into controversy instead of what it should be, a form of celebration, not exploitation. And just when you thought the Caroline cosplay saga couldn't get any worse, boom, she started a problematic character shipping. Yup, let's open that Pandora's box too. So what is character shipping for the blissfully uninitiated? It's when fans imagine two characters, usually from the same show, getting into a romantic or sexual relationship, regardless of whether it's canon. This is harmless in a lot of cases, just fanfic fun. But in Caroline's world, it somehow veers into problematic territory. She started pushing these weird ship dynamics, again between underage characters, and fans were quick to notice. If you can remember earlier, we mentioned how Caroline actually blew up for her impressive cosplay of Vanellope von Schweetz. And before we get into this completely, let me just say, I love the Wreck-It Ralph movies. Wholesome, funny, creative. It's a feel-good movie for kids. Kids! You notice how I mentioned kids twice? LOL. So Caroline, in her never-ending quest to romanticize everything, decided it was a cute idea to ship Vanellope von Schweetz.
You're a nice guy. I'll think about it maybe. XO, baby. Here we go. Kiss. I didn't know I would move in with his niece. With his wife. What was I meant to do?
You smell just like vanilla. You taste like buttercream. You're filling up my senses.
Gutter snipe, I earned that medal! You better get it back for me! Too sweet, sister!
Well, unless you've got a go-kart hidden in the fat folds of your neck, I can't help you. What a moron.
The sugar-fueled, bubblegum-voiced literal child character with Ralph, the enormous wrecking machine who's clearly pushing 40.
You are cosplaying as a 9-year-old. In other videos you tell people not to ship them. Yet you do this.
For context, Vanellope is, depending on which source you go by, 9 years old. At most, maybe 12. Ralph, full-blown adult male. He's got stubble, a deep voice, and carries the exact energy of a man who complains about mortgage rates and takes multivitamins. Like this guy 100% owns khakis. He is not, under any circumstance, dating material for a child. So why? Why on earth would anyone decide to romanticize these two? Better yet, why would an adult creator with millions of followers, a large portion of them being children, ever post that kind of content online? It's more than weird. It's unsettling. And I don't say that lightly. Now, nobody's saying you can't enjoy fictional dynamics, but when you're an adult influencer, again with a very young fan base, and you're cosplaying children while romanticizing them in sexual or suggestive ways, it stops being just fandom fun and starts looking like grooming behavior in disguise, even if unintentionally. And if all of that wasn't bad enough, Caroline's reaction to being called out wasn't one of reflection or accountability. It wasn't even defensive or deflective, just complete radio silence, plus a blocked button for people who called her out. The same pattern we've seen with her time and time again. Upset the community, ignore wrongdoing, and let the backlash fizzle out while the next scandal brews. It's rinse, repeat, and monetize. Look, maybe Caroline didn't mean to wade into these dark, disturbing waters. Maybe she really thought she was just cosplaying for fun and doing what everyone else online does. But ignorance isn't a pass, not when you're an adult, and especially not when you're a public figure with a megaphone of influence. Because here's what people are really tired of: adults using fandom culture to blur boundaries that should never be blurred. Dressing up as a teenager doesn't make you one. Dancing to sexual lyrics while wearing a high school uniform doesn't make it edgy, it makes it creepy. And just because you saw it in an anime doesn't mean it's okay to recreate it in real life. Caroline isn't the first influencer to make this mistake, but she might have been one of the loudest examples at the time. And if there's anything to take away from this whole cosplay debacle, it's that being quirky isn't an excuse to be irresponsible. Because when you put content like this out into the world, you don't get to pick and choose how it's received or who's influenced by it. And once again, we're left with the same question. How many communities does Caroline have to offend before the internet decides enough is enough? Well, you'll find out soon. Now, if this were just about inappropriate cosplays and frogs, the internet probably would have moved on by now, don't you think? But unfortunately for Caroline, this was just the beginning. Because the next controversy, it was about something way bigger than amphibians. It was about music. I mean, just when you thought things couldn't get any messier, Caroline Carr decided it was time to reinvent herself yet again. But this time she wasn't just playing with frogs or cosplaying on TikTok. No, This time she decided to take on punk rock. Yup, punk. In 2022, Caroline dropped a cover of the iconic 1976 punk anthem by the Runaways, Cherry Bomb. You know, the all-girl band fronted by actual trailblazing rock legends like Joan Jett and Sherry Curry. It's loud, it's angry, it's all about rebelling and sticking it to the man. It's basically punk's middle finger to the system. So naturally, when Caroline Carr, mostly known for lip-syncing in thigh-high boots and cuddling frogs in pastel rooms, released a cover of Cherry Bomb, the internet collectively choked. Reactions were brutal, especially from core punk fans. Let's be clear, this wasn't just about the vocals. Sure, critics weren't exactly calling it a Grammy contender. People described her singing as lukewarm karaoke at best, a Hot Topic fever dream at worst. But the real issue, she wasn't just covering a punk song, she was stepping into a culture. And punk is not the kind of scene that forgives easily. See, punk isn't just an aesthetic. It's not just eyeliner, ripped fishnets, and screaming into a mic. It's a whole movement. Anti-corporate, anti-establishment, anti-phony. Punk was born out of anger and resistance. Bands like the Sex Pistols, Dead Kennedys, and The Clash weren't just making music, they were making statements. So when Caroline, who's built her brand on looking hot, going viral, and being unbothered, decided to step into that world, it felt to many people like she was just putting on punk like a costume. And the timing couldn't even be worse. By now, Caroline had already been accused of turning aesthetics into accessories, using the alt look for TikTok trends, then dropping it when it stopped getting her likes. She jumped from grunge baddie to soft girl to mall goth in the span of a week.
Hey guys, I'd like to speak on behalf of all cosplayers right now.
So when she suddenly adopted the whole punk princess vibe to push a song, people immediately called it what it looked like: clout chasing. It wasn't just fans of punk who were mad. It was the entire alternative community. People who had been bullied in high school for the exact styles Caroline now flaunted for TikTok views. People who grew up loving punk because it gave them a voice when they had none. And suddenly there's Caroline, filming a TikTok video in fake leather, fishnets, and lip gloss, mouthing lines like, "Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mom. I'm your cherry bomb," like she wasn't raised on ring lights and algorithm hacks. Critics tore it apart. A disrespect to the original song. Some called it the worst thing they've ever heard. How did she manage to unpunk Cherry Bomb? The worst part, Caroline actually never really addressed any of it. She just casually mentioned that she never said she was punk.
Guess when all was said and done, I was nothing more than a goddamn poser.
I mean, no explanation, no real conversation about a niche she's been dressing like and pretending to be a part of, no acknowledgement of the backlash, just more videos, more Cherry Bomb promo, more pretending like she wasn't catching fire from the very audience she was trying to impress. To the people who actually live that alternative lifestyle, it felt like a slap in the face. It wasn't about gatekeeping, it was about respect. If you're going to enter a subculture, especially one like punk, you don't just show up with a Spotify link and a ring light. You earn your place. You don't manufacture it. And that's what people felt Caroline kept doing. Manufacturing personas, trying on identities like Halloween costumes. And in a world where authenticity is currency, she was coming up bankrupt. But if you thought this backlash was loud, just wait. Because after Cherry Bomb, Caroline Carr was about to make her boldest, most tone-deaf move yet. And this time it would involve one of the most insensitive PR disasters TikTok had seen in a while. Now, it's one thing to be annoying online. You post a few cringy TikToks, maybe wear some questionable outfits, drop a bad single or two, people can scroll past you, laugh, or block. Case closed. But it's a whole other story when you start acting like a certified menace in real life. That's when things stop being funny and start being kind of, well, gross. Caroline Carr, our goth light content queen and professional frog fondler, has somehow managed to rack up not just online backlash, but real-world beefs too. And these aren't just isolated oops moments. We're talking a pattern, a running track of cringe encounters, eyebrow-raising rudeness, and full-blown drama that seems to follow her like an awkward shadow. Let's start with the now infamous incident which involved the church. And no, this isn't Sunday service. We're talking about one of the most iconic goth clubs in the United States, a cornerstone of the alt scene, where you'd expect community, acceptance, and maybe a bit of eyeliner overload, not celebrity gatekeeping. According to a first-hand account from someone who was live at her concert, Caroline Carr managed to turn a casual girls' bathroom chat into the goth version of an Ivy League admissions interview. Imagine you're vibing at a show, enjoying a small venue concert, and you step into the bathroom for some girl talk with a fellow concert-goer. Then in walks Caroline, and things immediately take a turn.
Last year I was at a show to see a local band that I liked perform, and Caroline Carr was also one of the acts playing that night. And so I was in the women's bathroom in between bands talking to someone I knew at the show when she walked in, and I actually knew from the person I had been talking to that she had a bit of a reputation for being rude. And so the three of us share kind of an awkward interaction in which during it she happens to notice I am wearing this tank top. And actually I have a picture of how I styled the tank top in the exact women's bathroom where this happened. So I'm wearing this. And if you don't understand what's on the tank top, that is a logo for a club called The Church. It's one of the longest running gothic nightclubs in the United States. It's been going for 30 years. It's every Sunday night in Dallas, Texas, and I've been going pretty frequently since about late 2020. I bought the tank top at the club the night they were selling the physical merch at the club. So she looks me up and down and says, "You go to the church?" Do I go to the church? Do I go to the church? Like, I don't know, you guys, does it look like I go to the church? Because, I mean, I have all these pictures from me at the church. So don't really know why she felt the need to doubt my goth credentials in a women's bathroom of all places. That was just really random to me. And the real punchline to all of this is that she doesn't even go to the church. Because I've seen her there maybe 3 times. And so it's just wild to me that, like, she promotes herself as, like, a gothic alternative figure, like, whatever, fashion icon, musician, whatever it is she's trying to be.
What this moment really exposes is the performative nature of Caroline's alternative persona. When the cameras are off and the ring light is put away, she's allegedly not even participating in the very culture she profits off of. It's all costume, not character. She's not about the community, she's about the clout, and that's a major issue for a lot of people. Goth isn't about how much eyeliner you wear or how many skull chokers you own. It's about music. It's about mindset. It's about not being a walking attitude problem with a superiority complex. And Caroline, in this scenario, came off more like the hall monitor of Hot Topic than an actual alt community member. But hey, maybe this was just a one-time fluke. Maybe she had a bad day. Maybe she spilled iced coffee on her fishnets that morning, right? Wrong! Because Caroline has actually racked up quite a reputation for her rude behavior. Another testament to this is another throwaway story from another TikToker. Nothing wild, just them recounting how they saw Caroline at Petco of all places. You'd think an encounter in the aisle between dog food and squeaky toys wouldn't spiral into drama, but somehow it did. The creator casually shared that they and a friend saw Caroline in the store and admittedly poked a little fun at her. No confrontation, no shouting match, just low-key jokes from afar. Not exactly the crime of the century, right? Well, most people did not find it funny that she was making fun of Caroline for simply not liking her. This made the creator explain what the whole problem was about, actually.
Is a bad person for the generic reasons of mishandling her frogs, just generally being a poser, all this stuff. I'm not saying Caroline herself is transphobic, but she is friends with a transphobe, and that is where I have personal beef. I personally know the transphobe in question. I have played many shows with him, and the bassist of his old band came out as trans, and he quit the band because he didn't feel comfortable around a trans person, and also constantly misgendered her when she came out. I live in the city that she lives in. Like, literally, this is such a small fucking town.
Now, to be clear, no one said Caroline is transphobic. But being close to someone with that kind of track record and choosing to stay close raises major red flags, especially in a community that prides itself on inclusivity, identity, and standing up for marginalized groups. This wasn't guilt by association, this was accountability by affiliation. And remember, this creator wasn't a T account. They don't make content exposing creators or going after influencers for clout. This was a one-off from someone who lives in the same town and has been part of the same scene for years. In small communities, word gets around, and their word not flattering. But it doesn't stop there. Caroline reportedly responded to this Petco story, because of course she did, but then deleted the comment, leaving behind only a few screenshots and a cloud of speculation. Instead of addressing the concerns, she allegedly resorted to being mean to a creator in the comments. If there's one thing influencers have mastered better than content creation, it's damage control. And by damage control, we mean deleting things the second they start blowing up in a bad way. Let's be real, this is Influencer 101. When things get hot, don't address, don't apologize. Just quietly unlist the video or delete the comment, pretend nothing happened, and hope everyone moves on to the next controversy. But unfortunately for Caroline, the internet doesn't forget, especially not when you've already made it a habit of handling every call-out with snark, ego, and exit strategies. Which brings us to the bigger picture. At what point do we stop giving people like Caroline a pass? Because this isn't a one-time oopsie. This isn't a situation where she slipped up, got called out, and tried to grow from it. No, this is a clear pattern of behavior, a cycle of performative alternative aesthetics, toxic fan interactions, sketchy real-world associations, and full-blown defensiveness when she's called on any of it. And it begs the question, is Caroline Carr really the problem, or is she just the symptom? We're living in a time where being quirky, weird, or different is marketable, not authentic necessarily, just profitable. TikTok has built a pipeline where anyone can slap on a certain aesthetic, regurgitate enough buzzwords, and suddenly be dubbed relatable, real, or cool. But beneath all the filters and niche fashion lies the question nobody wants to answer. What if it's all fake? So what if we learned from all this? Well, for starters, the internet loves a good rise and fall. One month you're everyone's favorite weird girl, the next month you're being exposed in a Petco aisle and accused of dragging down entire subcultures for fun and profit. But here's the thing, we don't have to keep letting it happen. The power isn't just in the hands of influencers, it's in the hands of their audience, us. If we want better creators, we have to stop rewarding bad ones. Stop excusing toxicity just because it's packaged with eyeliner and a pet frog. Stop clicking when you know it's just gonna make you mad. And start demanding more authenticity, more accountability, more humanity. Because if we don't, then the next Caroline Carr is already out there, ring light on, ready to do it all over again. And now, I want to hear from you. Because if you've got more dirt on Caroline or stories that did make it into this video, DM me. Seriously, the DMs are open. You know I'm not afraid to go digging. So hit me in the comments, spill the tea, share the screenshots. Let's keep this conversation going. Because at the end of the day, influencers don't just influence for fun, they influence because we let them. Let's make sure the ones we uplift actually deserve the mic. Like, comment, subscribe. And until next time, don't be a Caroline.